Was I muted the whole time? I was muted that whole time. Damn it. So close. It's okay. I was saying, hi, Georgia Peach. Hi, Monica C. Hi, Courtney E. Hi, Laura in Michigan. Hi, that is the way I see it. Hi, Georgia Peach. Uh, R. Fulmer, Daylight Disinfectant, Jody Gardner, Toby S. Hi, guys. I hope you're all doing well. Steph B. Sashina. Um, let's get going. So we have a couple, what will I call them? A couple TPOs today that are, we're going to start out with the lighter of the two. It's not light, but it's the lighter of the two. As you can still see, it is light outside. I'm on the West Coast. It's only 6:30. I haven't decided what to have for dinner yet. I'm going to make it. Haven't put on any makeup yet. Gonna do that maybe partway through. Eyes look dark. Okay, and you keep thinking today's Saturday, Courtney. I kept thinking today was Friday, but it is Thursday, indeed, which means it is TPO Thursday, folks. And do you know what happens on TPO Thursday? We are treated to people fighting. That's really what we're going to have here. Um, the first one here, let's just get on with it and see what we think. Um, Nana is not tied up in the corner. She is happy eating in the living room. She's all good. Uh, Beavers are allowed off the leash here. Absolutely. Oh, that's the other thing. So my second TPO that we have tonight is going to require some Larry Beaver censoring, basically. And I'm not quite sure who to do. I like part of me feels like putting a Larry over each person, like the child, but also her parents, because I don't like any of it. I really don't. So I'm undecided at this point right now what we're gonna do about that. Obviously the child will be covered, but I don't even really want people being able to see her parents. Anyways, okay, my friends, let's get going. This first TPO I have called, oh, if you're new here, this is Kitchen Court Cases. We watch court in my kitchen. This is my kitchen. I need you to clock in by hitting that like or dislike button down below. That's how we take attendance. And let me know what you've had for dinner. If you didn't like what you had for dinner, tell me what you wish you had for dinner. I'm thinking about making twice baked potatoes, like, but a salad? With a salad too. I'm not sure yet. I do look tired. That is because I am not wearing any makeup and my lighting is poor from behind me. But watch, I will make it look amazing momentarily. Also, I slept like 12 hours, so there's no excuse. Oh, but I haven't had any caffeine today. So we're gonna make some coffee. We're gonna watch some TPOs. I would like you guys to please let me know what you think as we get on with the show. Here we go. Daniel had a chance to speak with the facilitator from the Evidently, I recorded this one partly fast, so we'll slow it down to start with. Women's Resource Center, and you are unable to reach a consent agreement. I appreciate you giving it a shot. And now we're just going to proceed with the hearing. I'm going to hear some testimony from y'all. I will swear you both in. Also, I'm going to say it right now. The volume is turned up as loud as it can go. It was the entire time I recorded them. It's the judge's mic. Everybody else is loud. It is her. Her mic sucks. Yes, Terry Westlake. Yes, friend. Timmy Hose for the win. Coffee. Yes. Okay, so I'm trying. There's nothing I can do to make this louder for you guys. It's just that judge. So let's continue. But I want to let you know how the hearing's going to go. So first, we're going to start with the petitioner, Miss Hunter, because she's the petitioner, and she has the burden of proof. She has proved that acts of family violence by preponderance of the evidence or threats of acts of family violence.
And then I will give the respondent a chance to ask questions through me. You'll be able to say, can you ask Miss Hunter, X, Y, and Z, and I will ask her those questions. You don't have to ask her any questions. You will have a chance to testify, and so you will be able to testify as to that. Whatever you want to talk about related to these allegations after her testimony, and I'll do the same thing. I'll give Miss Hunter an opportunity to ask questions through me. And then after I hear from you all, I'll decide whether there has been evidence that acts have occurred by preponderance of the evidence and that there is reasonable likelihood that this is needed to prevent acts in the future. All right. I'm going to ask that while one person is testifying, the other one does not interrupt, doesn't make faces, doesn't shake their head, roll their eyes. We're on Zoom. We're all right in each other's face, so let's keep our faces straight and let's be respectful. Okay. And I'm going to ask you to stay muted if you are not testifying. Okay. Before we get started, Mr. Ellis, did you need me?
No, Judge. I was just finishing up with the other respondent. I do. I will send you something in chat that just I need to let you know.
Oh, thank you.
Nothing wrong.
Okay, thank you. All right. Let's see. If you can both unmute and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? Miss Hunter?
I do.
Okay, you can put your hand down. And Mr. Cooper?
I do.
Okay, you can put your hand down as well. All right, you can go ahead and mute again, Mr. Cooper. I'm going to start with Miss Hunter. You know what? I need to pull your case back up. I had it pulled up, and then we had the difficulty with the audio. So let me do that, and I'll tell you, both of you, if you see me looking around as I'm doing right now, it's because I have another monitor that has the filings in the case, and I also will be looking down and taking notes. So if I seem distracted, that is what I'm doing. Okay. Let me see here. Let me get the petition. Now I need to ask both of you. Are you all? Do you have any witnesses in the room with you right now?
No.
Okay. Mr. Cooper, who is your witness?
Daisha Hunter.
Okay. While you are testifying, is there a way for you to not be right next to Miss Hunter? Or you can have her testify first, I suppose. I just need to make sure that people aren't telling each other what to say and all of that.
Yes, ma'am. Because I'm at work, I took off Tuesday and dedicated that time to the court hearings. But I couldn't miss today.
That's fine. Well, we have to get going on this then, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's get started. Go ahead and mute. All right, Miss Hunter, go ahead and tell me what happened. No, I'm sorry. Let me ask a few more things here. I'm sorry, it's already been a long day. What is your relationship with Mr. Cooper? How do you know him?
He's my daughter's boyfriend.
Okay, and have you all ever lived together?
He moved in with her, with us.
Okay, is it your home?
It's me and my daughters.
Okay. Are you all renting or do you own it?
We rent.
Okay. All right, so he moved into your house, you and your daughter's house, and when was that?
3 years ago.
Okay. All right, and does your daughter and Mr. Cooper have any children together?
Yes.
How many?
1.
Okay, how old is that child?
3.
Does the child live there as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is Mr. Cooper out of the home at this time because of this TPO?
Yes.
Okay. And when he was served on the 27th of April, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll get to that in a moment. Go ahead and tell me why you filed this petition in the first place, please.
I filed it because I have cancer, and I had to stop my cancer because I had chemo one day. He came kicking the door in, saying he was drunk as always. He came in, kicked the door in on me and my grandson.
What do you mean the
And
door? Was it the front door or your personal?
no, my grandson's bedroom. And he started. I had a mask on because I had just had chemo, and my doctor told me that my levels would be down, and I couldn't be around everybody without having a mask on. And it was triggering my asthma. I was taking a breathing treatment, and I had laid down. He kicked the door in, telling me I need to cover my mouth. Mind you, I had a mask on, and he's real drunk. So he's talking to me like I'm a child, calling me out my name in front of my grandson. And I'm trying to defend myself because I can see the aggression. Because when you're drunk and belligerent, you act real aggressive, and he was acting aggressive toward me. So I told him,
What was he doing? Was he getting? How close was he to you?
just we were about this close. He kept moving toward me, and I told him, if you touch me, I'm gonna bless your soul. Which I was saying that as in the defense mode to keep him at bay. And he kept coming and kept coming.
Oh, yeah.
And my son heard it.
Who's your son?
Thank you so much, Tupac, for that. That is amazing. I have a question. Did she just say she threatened to bless his soul? Did I miss that? Or I I'm just a titch confused now, friends. Can somebody let me know? Also, Bluebell, come here, honey. Bluebell's here. She's here to say hello, friends. No, come here. Come up to me. Up. Yes, hello. This is Bluebell, the best dog in the world. Okay. Anyways, let's continue. I believe she just did say she threatened to bless him. Okay.
Son, is this?
He doesn't live here anymore.
Okay.
He lives in California. And my son heard it and came in the room. He tried to stop. I started recording while he was doing the aggression. He grabbed my daughter's phone and started recording. But he still was calling me bitches and hoes on this live, which my whole family saw the whole live. I sent you videos. And him and my son was trying to calm it down and telling him and me both, we're both going too far, arguing. So he jumps into my son's face and started talking down to my son. So my son hit him. Mind you, I'm still videoing this and I still have the video. I never dropped the camera. And him and my son fell on my grandson. I'm still recording this. I have the video. And I tried to grab to separate. I'm still recording with one hand and holding him with the other hand so him and my son could separate. So my son leaves. I'm trying to comfort my other grandson and tell him, ask him if he's okay. Why are you talking to him? So he's back aggressive on me again. So I'm standing there. He's telling me to get out. I'm like, you get out. You're not on here on the lease. He's drunk. He goes outside. He's out there on the phone talking big and bad. So mind you, I let that go. It moves on where he's constantly getting drunk every day. He gets aggressive, and he's walking through the hallway telling his son that I don't love him, I love white people because my grandson is mixed. So he's telling him that I only love my other grandson. So I'm like, what the heck? So then him and the neighbor got into it. Come to find out, he has a gun. Now, during the drunkenness, you know how drunk people get when they have guns. He pulled a gun on my neighbor, her and her 17-year-old daughter. I'm like, I can't be with that. So I had to stop my chemo because I got to be strong enough if he comes and kicks in that door again, and now he has a gun. So now I have to be on defense. I don't leave my room. I was staying in the room with my grandson because I was taking chemo, and they wanted somebody around me to be able to look at me. So I couldn't do that no longer, knowing he kicks in doors. So I have to be on my P's and Q's. I stopped going to chemo, and now I'm calling my doctor because I had to start going back because my body started going back numb again. They're talking my cancer is spreading again. I stopped chemo because of him being an alcoholic, and now he has a gun. I don't leave this room on the weekend. I don't eat at all because he's here and he's drunk from the time he get off until 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. So I don't get to leave my room. I'm paying rent in a place that I have to be a captive in one room. He's telling everybody that he pays the bills in here. I had to show the rent lady. He's telling the world he pays all the bills in this house, and she's asking me who he is because the rent is the money is coming from the chemo foundation now, and it has my name on it. It has Iris Hunter. It does not have his, but he's telling the world that he pays the bills.
Miss Hunter, has he ever threatened you with the gun?
No, but he's aggressively I sent you a video. My cousin sent me the video.
We'll look at them in a minute in the exhibit you have. But he's
did it on camera. He's on a camera saying he wants to click, and he's going to make his son put his son in foster care while he goes to jail. And when somebody says that, what are you going to jail for? And you're talking about your clicking.
Okay. I'm a little confused already. Thank you, Lynn, for checking in for your shift. Tupac, you brought nunchucks if Streamlabs needs to be taught a lesson. Lawrence thinks she needs the TPO. What is everybody feeling so far in the chat? Do you think that she is experiencing craziness, or is this like what's happening? I would like to hear your thoughts. Thank you, Besiamenta. Thank you. I have decided I am going to have potatoes, twice baked potato salad with salad. That's what I'm gonna do. Oh man, I wish I could juggle. That's what I wish I could do. Hi, Blivy. This one doesn't make a lot of sense. I will tell you right now, we will hear from the daughter. If I recorded correctly.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, I love that. Okay. Okay, let's continue. I'm gonna make these in my special potato bag. This is a potato bag where you microwave your potatoes in it and they're done in like 5 minutes. So we're gonna Mikey these potatoes. 1 to 4 washed potatoes in the potato sack, then close the flap. There we go. All right, let's continue.
When was
That means you're trying to say you're
that, ma'am?
I don't know the dates on the video I sent you.
Okay. Let's look at the exhibits, please. All right, it looks like there are several things in here. Are they all videos, ma'am?
Yes, there's videos and there's a picture where he gets so drunk he falls down the steps and pass out. My daughter is calling the ambulance.
Bruh, I swear to
Larry?
God, if I were Thanos, I would fucking.
What?
Bruh, I swear to God, if I were Thanos, I would fucking.
Can we pause this for a
Y'all
second?
hear that?
Did he just say if I was Thanos? Like the Marvel character? That's weird. This whole thing is weird. Also, what is this a video of?
Y'all might not be.
So, where are you getting these videos from? Are they?
My cousin recorded these videos that he posted and sent them to me. I was laying in the bed sleep while he was in the next room talking about me.
So where was he posting these? What social media? Do you know?
I'm not for sure. I can call her and ask her.
Okay. Is this? Do you recognize his voice?
Yes.
Okay. Is this video that you uploaded? Did you delete it or edit it in any way? Did you edit it in any way?
You can't. You have to. She had to send it in pieces.
So
because
is it in pieces?
It's different pieces.
Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Cooper, can you unmute for a second? I mean, do you know what this is? You don't have to respond to it. I'm just asking. I want to make sure you understand what this is.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Do you have any objection to it coming into evidence?
No, not at all.
Okay. All right. We can go ahead. You can mute yourself again, and we'll go ahead with the video. Thank you.
This it. Y'all can hear it. I will. Half y'all niggas will be gone. If I'm still here, I will. Y'all hear that shit? Let me have that Infinity Gauntlet in my motherfucking hands. I will get rid of all you motherfuckers. Bitch ass niggas.
All right. Let's go on to the next one, please.
But I still snap my fucking fingers. Get rid of all you motherfuckers, you bitch.
Like, you doing too much. You confrontational. You argumentative. You cause the problem. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck.
What is this picture of Miss Hunter?
That's him. That's how drunk he gets. And he doesn't know, he doesn't have any control. And just think, with a gun, that's why I don't leave my room. That's why I stopped chemo right there. Because I have to live with that.
All right, any other exhibits, ma'am? Is that all?
No, I couldn't get all the videos to upload. They kept saying it was too big.
Okay. Hang on a second.
My doctor had a letter, but I didn't get it in time today to state that I need to get back to my chemo because my body is going back numb again.
Yes, I'm sure. Okay.
So,
All right.
and plus they're trying to get me out of this apartment. They told me I'll be out of here by June 24th. So I'm rushing, trying to. That's why I need this until I can get out of here, so I can stay on my chemo and still have them move me out.
Okay. All right. And have you discussed any of this with your daughter about?
She does. My daughter's mindset is whatever he wants.
Okay.
Whatever he says.
Okay. All right. Mr. Cooper, do you have any? You can unmute. Do you have any questions you want me to ask? Well, let me ask. I need to ask a couple questions first, and then I'll let me know if you have any you want me to ask her. I just want to make sure I am clear, Miss Hunter. Has Mr. Cooper ever put his hands on you?
No, he's only acted. I told the guy he only acts aggressively when he gets drunk. Okay. And I had to keep him at bay.
Okay. How many times would you say he's gotten up in your face, like that one day you were telling me about?
It's been more than that time. He was downstairs trying to jump over my daughter to get to my son one time, and then he told me that he would knock me out. He got aggressive then. It's drunk. When he gets drunk,
ma'am,
when
did he say he was going to knock you out?
I can look on the date and tell you what date it was. Oh, my daughter's birthday. They had went out. It was the night, February the 7th of last year. That was the first time he had went out with her and got real drunk. He lost his money. I had put the kids to sleep.
That's okay. So I just need to know the specifics about any threats of violence to you.
Yeah, he threatened me because I said he acted like her father. I put her father out because he was a drunk. So he got mad and told me that the reason why he would have left me too, because.
Okay, Ma'am, I need to know about if he has threatened you with physical
yes,
violence.
he has threatened me. He told me he would hit me. He told me that we had gotten to the argument. I told him he keeps pulling my daughter over. He was pushing her around trying to get to my son. My son was not moving. I told him he better stop pushing her around. He told me he would do me. I told him to try it. I had somebody on the phone listening to the whole conversation. And he kept saying what he would do. And I told him if he tried it, I would bury him.
What was he saying he would do? I need
he said that he would hit me. He said that if he would have been my kid's father, he would have whooped me a long time ago. And the only reason why
Guys, Tommy V in MI, is that Michigan? Minnesota? Missouri? Is there another MI state? Uh, Tommy is here, and Tommy has started a YouTube channel, guys. We need to support him. Just like that is the way I see it. Like I am. Tommy V in MI, Michigan is I want you guys to sub if somebody one of the mods could please drop a link in the chat. Um Tommy, I will look at the videos later. We had quite a TPO day today. But I'm definitely going to be showing some of your stuff. There will be a link shortly. I promise you guys that. This is the kitchen for all the creators to come and hang out and watch court because we're all court weirdos. The sign says state of Georgia. This is the state of Georgia. I'm talking about Tommy in Michigan as one of our cool people in the chat and a channel to sub to, guys. Montana, I forgot Montana. Anyways, oh, good at hi, Brian and Kim. Guys, it's a great time for a med check. If you're new here, that means think about your meds and take them if you've got them. Also, what are you having for dinner? I forgot. I'm like made the potatoes. Whoa, real fast, but I haven't got the bacon yet. Oh, Mississippi. Thank you, Amy. There we go. Monica's got the links coming up in the chat. I've got the bacon cooking in its fat. And it's time to get back to this TPO. This makes no sense to me. I'm sorry. I'm from Canada. So to me, it is absurd to think that she needs to stop chemo for any reason. And also, like, it seems odd to me. It just seems weird. Like, I don't know. It just is. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. But you know what? Life is weird. My Nana, y'all know Nana. Hi, Donna. Orlando Chiquita. Um, my Nana had cancer and had chemo and was allergic to chemo. So, like, I know chemo sucks. It's horrible. But this whole case is just weird right now. Also, this is a pre-warning, guys. These are not pretty cases tonight, like I've said. So, yeah, no children in the room. And, well, Tommy, I am in British Columbia, Canada, almost as far, far west as you can get from Toronto. I am on Vancouver Island, so it is a bit of a drive from Detroit and Toronto to me. But I love you all. Oh, yeah, name your strain, folks. Speaking of, name your strain. Okay, let's keep going. Thank you, Beja.
we didn't get to tussle him because I kept my son at bay because my grandkids were upstairs.
That's fine.
And
That's okay, ma'am.
my daughter kept holding him because he kept lunging at us.
Okay.
And he was so drunk for no reason. I was in the bed sleep. Yes. I was in the bed sleep at the time. When they came in,
Ma'am, I cannot hear the details about every argument, unfortunately.
Okay.
I have so many hearings today, so that's why I'm trying to kind of get to the point of any threats of physical violence that he's made to you, or any time he's actually put his
oh yeah,
hands on you.
he's called me bitch, this, bitch, that.
Not name calling. Not name calling.
Okay.
Threats of physical violence. This is a family violence protective order, and it's to keep.
Oh yeah, he's told me what he'd do to me. That's why I told you I had to tell him if he did touch me, if you touch me, I will bury you.
Okay, back when you filed this, and you two were,
What did she just say? did she just admit to a threat? Oh, Lord. Also, the judge, bless her soul, she's had a hard day today. A hard day today. And Scottish is a lovely accent. I was born in Scotland, but I don't have a Scottish accent myself, I don't think. But we have Scottish people in the chat. But I do love me some iron brew and square slice.
He's told me what he'd do to me. That's why I told you I had to tell him if he did touch me, if you touch me, I will bury you.
Okay, back when you filed this and you two were, he came up and let me get back to the notes.
Oh, I could send you that video of the fight, of that argument. I still have that. I forgot about. I think it was too big. It might be. I can cut it
When he
down.
was you said you were in your grandson's bedroom taking a breathing treatment, and he came up and he was getting very close, moving towards you. Did he threaten you in any way?
Yes.
What did he say?
Bitch, I'll knock you out.
That's another time he said that?
Yeah. That's how we got to getting started, because he came into the,
he said it more than once to you?
Yes.
He said it back in February on your daughter's birthday, and then he also said it this time?
He said it when he kicked the door in that room when we got to arguing.
Okay. And he said it on your daughter's birthday or not?
Yes.
He did. Okay. All right. Anything else you want to tell me about, ma'am?
He's just when he gets drunk, he's out of control. He's a time bomb ticking.
I understand. Yes, you.
And
I mean you've told me that already. Is there anything else you need to tell me?
Oh no.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let me ask Mr. Cooper if there's anything you want me to ask Ms. Hunter, or do you just want to testify or present evidence?
I would rather just testify and present evidence.
All right. So Ms. Hunter, if you'll just go ahead and mute. Thank you so much. And Mr. Cooper, you've been sworn. Now, is your witness there?
Yes, ma'am. Do you want me to go back inside the building?
Well, no. If you want her to testify, that's fine. I just don't want you to tell her what to say, or okay?
So could she just go ahead and testify first? You may have to ask her some leading questions.
Well, I'll ask her questions if you want to hand it to her. Hi. Please raise your right hand, ma'am. Your right hand? That's your left.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put your hand down. All right. So, what is your name? Please tell me your name.
Adesha Hunter.
Adesha Hunter. Okay. And Miss Hunter.
Okay, this is the daughter, guys. Mom does not look happy to see her. She did not. Tupac. She did not. Do I need to go back? Did that actually happen?
Your right hand?
They switched earpieces.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put your hand down. All right. So, what is your name? Please tell me your name.
Adesha Hunter.
Adesha Hunter. Okay. And Miss Hunter, were you actually, maybe you weren't able to hear your mother's testimony, were you?
No.
Okay, because y'all are sharing an earpiece?
Yeah, he had it in the earpiece.
Okay, all right. So is Iris Hunter your mother?
Yes.
Okay. And do you and your mom rent an apartment together?
For the last year, yes, but it was my apartment.
Okay.
Before then.
Okay. Are you both on the lease?
Now, yeah.
Okay. So yes, okay. And when did Mr. Cooper move in? If he did.
I think he's been staying there since.
Don't look at him for answers, okay?
Oh no, he's not there.
Oh,
He's not here.
okay.
I'm. Was it 2020? I think was May. Late
Okay,
May,
so he's been
early
there
June.
for a while.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Have you ever witnessed him? Your mother has testified that he gets intoxicated and I guess things get heated sometimes. Have you witnessed him getting intoxicated in the house?
No, doesn't get drunk in the house.
Have you seen him coming back? I mean, has he been in the state of being intoxicated in the home, even if he didn't get that way in the house?
Yeah, he come back in the house.
Okay.
I mean, but I come in the house intoxicated. So.
Okay. All right. Your mother testified about at least a couple of incidents in which she was involved where he was coming into where he came into a room where she was or she was present and he was approaching her or getting in her face. Did you ever witness any of those?
She got up and got in his face.
When was that?
No, been a while ago. Maybe, I don't know if it was it last year? Yeah, like July, I think. Was it last year? It's been a while ago.
Have you, do you remember an incident on your birthday?
On my birthday?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Have you ever heard Mr. Cooper say he's going to? I didn't get that. Sorry, try. God. Sorry, it's my watch. Have you ever heard him say that he would knock your mother out?
No, she's the one that's been making threats talking about shooting and killing him.
All right. Have you heard him say that he would hit your mom?
No.
Have you heard him say, if I was your husband, I would have whooped you a long time ago?
No.
Okay. Have you ever had to hold him back because he was lunging at her and other members of your family while he was intoxicated?
No, other than the argument they got into that one time. But my brother hit him.
Were you present for that?
Yes.
And when was that?
Like I said, late July, early August of last year, I believe.
Okay. And does Mr. Cooper have a gun?
He did, yes, but the police took it.
When they served him with the TPO?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to tell me?
So, from my point of view, my mom, like, she's never liked any boyfriend I've ever had. She's always found something against them. She hasn't liked him for a very long time. We were friends before this. He was dating a girl that she had got into it with. And ever since then, she's been holding a grudge against him for her and the girl getting into it. For him not stepping in and saying anything on her behalf. a lot of things my mom says is untrue. She will say things to sway her way. She's controlling. She's always tried to control me my whole life. Even down to my parenting. My oldest son, she goes over me to parent him. She's been. I got a call from my neighbor yesterday. She's been trying to get people to write things on her behalf that's not true, or that has nothing to do with her or this case. She did the same thing with my CPS case that I had. It's just a whole bunch of things that I don't feel is right, especially me being her child.
Was there, did you say there was a defects case involved surrounding this?
Not surrounding this, but somebody made false allegations, stating some things for domestic violence that wasn't true, and CPS didn't close the case because they didn't find anything.
All right, Miss Iris Hunter, do you have any questions you want me to ask your daughter?
Yes. Can you ask her the argument that I'm talking about on her birthday? We were on the steps. I was on the steps. He was jumping behind her. My son, they came in from going from her birthday party, and he had lost his money, and that's when he was talking bad to me, talking about what he was going to do. That's the day.
Miss Hunter, I'm sure you heard what your mother said. Does that refresh your recollection on that day and about anything that happened?
I can call my son also.
We're not going to take testimony over the phone. So.
I don't remember that. I don't remember it being my birthday.
I guess, do you remember the incident?
Him and my brother got into it, and she asserted herself in the conversation.
And did he threaten her at that point?
No.
Anything else, Miss Iris Hunter?
No.
Okay. All right, Miss Daisha Hunter, thank you. And can you get Mr. Cooper, please?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Cooper, you've already been sworn in, so if you can go ahead and, I guess, tell me what you want to tell me about the allegations that Miss Iris Hunter's made against you.
They're completely false. And they're coming from a place of just malicious intent to deface my character. She slanders my name so bad. From having conversations with people on the phone talking about how I'm no good, how I'm this, how I'm that. From telling my own biological child, you need a stepdaddy. Like within earshot of me hearing it. Just trying to spark up some type of confrontation. She's very confrontational. So with the allegations that I can recall, it was so many. The night that
Let me
me and
ask
her
you this. I mean, do you remember a day where you broke into the grandson's room where
No,
she was
ma'am.
having a breathing treatment and getting in her face?
No, ma'am. So with the day that she's referring to, I was in me and Adacia's room, The kids were in their room, which she inserted herself into there, where she has a whole room. I never understood why she was in there sleeping in the beds with the babies and stuff. I never understood that. So she had just came back from Indiana. It wasn't a doctor's appointment. She just came back from Indiana. She was in a hotbed where COVID was spreading rapidly, and she was doing a lot of coughing. So I went in the room and I was like, hey, you need to cover your mouth up if you're going to be doing all that coughing in the room with these kids. That was just me being a concerned parent. And, I would think that would just be common sense. And it exploded into an argument. She telling me I can't tell her what to do. She jumped off the bed into my face. I was standing in the middle of the floor. She jumped off the bed, got in my face, cussing my name, talking all kind of crazy. So I did retaliate as far as verbal. Like I was cussing her back. Like it's to a point where I just can't deal with her mouth and her attitude where we could be, not to get off topic. So yeah, that day she just went crazy in the room saying what she can do and what she will do and how little she thanks to me to calling her son on the phone for him to come from wherever he was at because he wasn't even in the house. I actually recall her stating, "Oh, yeah, he only tries to do this when you're not in the house." So he came, he inserted himself into the conversation, and it wasn't on no peacemaking. He was talking like he was trying to do something. So I did say to him, "Hey, look, bro, ain't no bum gonna tell me what I need to be doing. You don't work." And from that, he swung on me. Miss Hunter, Iris Hunter, she grabbed me, pushed me on the bed. That's how the children probably got felled on because she grabbed me and pulled me to the bed. I fought to get up because I realized I'm like, we on these kids. Well, it was the oldest boy. I fought to get up off the bed as far as like trying to push myself up. Once I did get back standing, she grabbed me again, flung me to the other bed, and her son jumped on her back trying to hit me. Which I'm like, okay, so they ain't here jumping me. So, excuse, I didn't mean to laugh, but that was my mindset. Like, wow, they ain't here jumping me. So, that situation ended with her staying on top of me because she a woman. I'm not trying to hurt her. I know I think she just had her breast removed or something like that. So I'm like, I ain't trying to hurt her. You know what I mean? But she held me down long enough for her son to grab some stuff and get out the house, and he didn't return for like 2.5, 3 months. And I never retaliated. Never made any threats of retaliation. With that situation,
Have you ever threatened to knock her out?
I've never made any threats, verbal, non-verbal, body gestures, posture. I never made any threats to this woman. I've never threatened her. If anything, I've always tried to come to her from a place of understanding. Like, we just need to talk about why you don't like me so we can move forward. You are my child's grandparent.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just know it's been a long day for everybody. The video recordings that we've heard, can you tell me about those?
Yep. So I'm kind of like a podcaster, so I talk about a lot of stuff. And what I was talking about in that video, I was like, if I was Thanos and I had the Infinity Gauntlet, I would snap my fingers. And if I'm still here after I snap my fingers, I'll snap it again. Just speaking about the vile people that we have on this planet, how people are just horrible to one another. And I was speaking actually within that video, I was talking about how all these kids going missing and all kind of other stuff. So I wasn't even referring to anything in the house, but whoever sent that video over was just trying to instigate a situation, which is very common when it comes to the lies that's been spread about me.
Okay. All right.
And that was my finger. I was snapping my fingers in that video. I wasn't.
I think you mentioned that in the video that you were snapping your fingers. All right. Miss Hunter, do you have any questions you want me to ask Mr. Cooper?
So ask him if he can't remember being on while me standing on the steps and he was trying to jump over my daughter to get to my son. He was talking about knocking me out while me and him were having side conversations, but he might have been too drunk to remember all that.
All right. I'm going want to leave out the commentary on the end of that question. Mr. Cooper, I don't think you did talk about anything regarding Dacia's Hunter's birthday. Do you recall anything about coming home or being on the steps intoxicated involving her son, trying to get to Miss Iris Hunter and threatening to get her?
That situation never happened. Like, in the capacity that it was being told, that situation never happened. And if you want me to explain in detail as to what did take place, I could, but that never happened. That never happened.
I mean, you can tell me about it. I don't need to hear like every beat of it, but what happened?
So pretty much, I came in the house. Andreas said something out of the way to me. Oh, my phone is trying to actively die. So Andreas said something out of the way to me. I responded, and he jumped up as if he wanted to fight. And this is about the third time that he has tried me on that level. So I'm like, okay, we can hit. We can go outside and fight. Like, you're not going to keep trying to intimidate me because you're bigger and, you weigh more. And that's all that was. She ran downstairs. She was saying whatever she was saying, but I wound up just walking off. I walked away from it. So I've never even had conversations with her.
Any other questions, Ms. Cooper or Hunter?
So can you ask him why he was on? He did have a conversation with me on those steps, saying what he said because I said he acted just like her father, and he did threaten me on those steps.
That's fine, but let me just. Do you recall saying anything to Miss Hunter about if you were her husband, or you understand why her husband left, or you would have whooped her ass if you were her husband?
That second part, negative. No, ma'am, I never said that, but I did tell her I can understand why he left because of the type of woman you are. You're confrontational. Nobody can talk to you. Nobody can hold you accountable for your mistakes, your flaws, and wrongdoings. So I did say that part, but as far as me whooping her, I never said that. Just a quick background, I came up from a single parent mother. So no way in shape, form did she raise me to disrespect women, and I maintain that to the day. I don't have any domestic violence assaults, batteries, or nothing on my record. I have no violent criminal record. I've never been arrested. So, no, ma'am, I never threatened her. I never threatened that lady.
Okay. All right. Miss Hunter, anything else, ma'am?
No.
Okay, folks, we have our moment right now to get in our votes. Do you think this TPO will be issued or not? Also, welcome if you're new here. This is Kitchen Court Cases. We watch court in my kitchen. I'm making dinner. This is our first TPO of the evening. It is the mildest TPO of the evening as a precursor and warning for the rest of the evening. I will be using Larry Beaver as a beaver buffer this evening for protecting children. However, what I want to know from you now in the chat is if you think this TPO will be issued. What did we decide on? One is yes, two is no. One in the chat for yes, this TPO is getting issued today. And two in the chat if you say, no way, Jose, not today. Let me see what you've got in the chat. I see the numbers coming in. What do we got? We see twos, we see twos, we see nopes, we see nopes. What do we got? Grape soda tonight. That's the way I see it says. It is a pretty convincing no, 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 all across the board, folks. Let's see what we've got. I need to put the wine bottle down. I don't drink. I'm drinking coffee. I'm just crazy like this all the time, sober.
So, Your Honor, can I address the drinking issues?
Sure.
So when she was referring to me drinking and becoming belligerent and aggressive, that probably did happen about 2 times where it was a verbal argument going on in the house, but it was merely about cleaning the house up. And if two grown people gonna be in this house all day. Why should me and my old lady have to put our kids in daycare? Why should we have to spend that money if it's two grown adults in here? So those are the two times that I can say I was drinking, and the conversations probably got a little out of control. But even then, I didn't threaten to assault anybody. I didn't threaten to put my hands on anybody. I was always the one that was threatened. I was the one that got somebody put their hands on them. So when I fell down those stairs, I have a bad knee from an accident that happened as a child. My knee gave out on me. It had nothing to do with alcohol. My knee gave out on me. So I don't know. Everything is something about alcohol. She be on the internet slandering my name, saying all I do is drink, drink, drink. Where even one of her sisters say, "Girl, I drink every day. What you trying to call me a drunk?" And she justified it, saying, "No, it's different with you. You got a reason to." So I just don't understand that verbiage.
Okay. All right. Thank you both. So I am not going to extend this petition or this order to a 12-month order. I'm not finding that there are allegations of if they are allegations of family violence in the petition or the threats were made towards Miss Hunter. It sounds like there's absolutely tension and some strained relationships in this situation, but the testimony about the videos or the exhibits are not related to. I'm gonna find those aren't threats to Miss Iris Hunter. They did actually sound like they were about Marvel Infinity War movies.
That I didn't get the whole. Like I said, I couldn't get the whole videos on there.
Well,
it's about 20 of them. It even had statements on there.
Yeah, I'm speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So we've had a hearing, and this has actually been continued. It was continued from last week, so there's been, or Tuesday or whenever it was, there's been time to upload whatever needed to be uploaded. So I'm going to dismiss I'm not going to extend the order. I'm going to dismiss the petition, and I hope you all, can resolve some of the tension. Or I know, Miss Hunter, you said you hope to move out, but I know y'all are family, and there are difficulties with family sometimes. But I hope everyone can keep it peaceful. I want to remind everyone that we are always here for you if there are threats of violence. You can call the police because that's an immediate situation. You can always refile if there are incidents of violence, threats of violence. Just because I'm dismissing this today doesn't mean that something may not happen in the future. I hope it doesn't happen in the future, but if it does, I want you to know that we are here for you. You can refile, and the police are always available if there's something happen immediately. You can call the police and get assistance. All right, so thank you all for your presentation and testimony today. Yes, sir?
Yes, ma'am. So when the investigating officers issued me the TPO, where's my paperwork? They gave me this because I gave them possession of my firearm just to make things even more easier. So they told me to petition to get it back, and they said all I had to do was go down to the precinct on Memorial Drive.
Okay, I'm not going into the details about that exactly, but I will say it was in the order that you had to surrender it. So that's why you had to do it. But you can file, there are motions you can file to get the return of your firearm.
Okay.
All right. Thank you all. You are excused.
Okay, guys, what did you think about that? Let me know in the chat as I set up our next TPO hearing. What I need to warn you guys is the next TPO hearing could be very upsetting. If there's going to be a trigger warning for child abuse, mention of serious situations involving parents, corporal punishment, children, mental health. There will be mention of some self-harm. And I don't want to lead anybody down the wrong road. So if that's not something that you'd like to see tonight, please, please, please feel free and know that it doesn't hurt my feelings one bit if you have to duck out. That's totally fine. However, I do think that it's important to witness these things on behalf of victims and as part of the justice system. And so I am here and I have decided on my own little methodology of making it okay for me. So that is just going to take me one moment because what I'm going to do here is actually cover up our child, of course, I always do, but I'm also, in fact, going to cover up her mother. Even though she does speak in the hearing, I think that I listened to this all day today, throughout the day. Oh, that's the other thing. It's a bit of a long one, but I listened to it all day today. And I've always said this, guys, like, if you notice, I don't put people's names in the titles of videos on purpose. I do that because I don't believe that these are necessarily for public viewing, like the broad public to be able to search for somebody's name to find their court case. That's not why I do this. I post these for court nerds to enjoy together because we have a bit of a deeper understanding of the court process. But it's not meant for somebody to go, oh, I can look up Susie Q, and if I Google that person's name or if I type that person's name into YouTube, I don't want to be responsible for that case to come up for them. So, and normally that's my my balance points where I feel good about balancing that. In this case, I'm going one step further and I'm covering one of the parties' faces, an adult party, just because I just don't think that it's ideal. I would cover the other party as well, but I've done a little bit of feedback and we'll see. Anyways, this is going to be a bit upsetting. But again, like I said, I think it is important. Give me 1 second. Let me just put something on for us to chill to while I get this going, okay? Okay, guys. Thank you so much for your patience there. I appreciate you taking the time to be with me tonight. If you're just joining us, this is probably what we'll call our main feature tonight. And it is a TPO hearing that is also happening in DeKalb County, Georgia. This is not my dad's music. That was from the YouTube audio library. But that I should play. Well, I have to play like copyright free music. You know, YouTube daddy. Keep him on his good side. Uh, we have to thank these hands for many of the Larrys and Steve Rosen, but these hands did this Larry right here. And we're going to change it up throughout. This is referee Larry. We also have Pizza Slut Larry, if anybody else, if you're new here. I was thinking honestly of covering everybody. I just don't even, I don't want people being like, that's your dad or that's your mom. Because the stuff they're saying is weird. This lady up top is a lawyer, and that's the judge. Yeah. I don't know. You know, everybody, we have to remember that sometimes we can't all be here every night. I know it's hard. I love it too. But okay. Let's get started like this. And yet again, the judge's mic is quiet. The what is below me, underneath my screen right now is the child, okay? The mother has brought her here. Anyways, so I next time I want to get beavers that all have a little sign, and that way I can write in the name in front of them, like mom, dad, loser, you know, whatever. Thank you. This is a Mexico apron. Very much. Okay, let's get going with this here. And so, also, guys, if you're new here, we take attendance by hitting the like or the dislike button, whichever works for you. If you have any questions, please ask in the chat. We are full of knowledge and we love to find answers out. So please ask us any questions you might have. If you're wondering about the beavers, beavers are censoring children or sensitive people. Also, I will be probably censoring out any images that include obviously injuries of children, just so we know. Okay? Anyways, I love you guys so much. And appreciate, like, this is the best way I can think to do this, live on the fly. But the best advice I can give anybody is please keep your kids out of court if you can. But this case is a little bit different. This case is actually being brought on behalf of this child. So let's continue and we will see where we go. And yeah, any questions? Let's go. I love y'all.
Ms.
I would-
Hawkins, do you want to?
I would like a brief opportunity to do an opening, and I do have a motion to dismiss that I would like to be heard on before even the opening takes place. If the
Well, then
court,
let me hear that. Go ahead.
okay. My motion to dismiss is pursuant to 1913(1), the definition of family violence. It specifically says in the statute that the term family violence shall not be deemed to include reasonable discipline administered by a parent to a child in the form of corporal punishment, restraint, or detention. Of course, Mr. Williams disputes everything that's included in the petition, but assuming arguendo that everything that is said there is true, what it does amount to is reasonable discipline administered by a parent to a child. One of the annotations that's included to the statute is the case of Butchett versus Stinson, which can be filed in 260 Georgia at 450. It's a recent case. It's from 2003. And in this case, while the facts were disputed, the allegation was that a mother slapped her daughter for being disrespectful with an open hand across her actual face. And what the court, and she took that upon appeal even after the TPO had in fact expired. And what the court said was that the mother's action of slapping the child in response to the child's disrespectful behavior constituted reasonable discipline administered.
Well, we're gonna know that I disagree with that. But so just as a brief rundown, right above me is the judge. The lawyer that's over here is the respondent's lawyer. She is the lawyer for the dad, who is the respondent. Okay. It appears that the petitioner, who's just below the referee here, maybe I'm going to make her actually Kimmy Beaver, because I think that's better than the ref beaver, because the ref beaver honestly should really be the judge. But I'm giving the judge, her faces are funny during this, so we'll leave it. I do need to add a red flag to Larry's little fingers. Kimmy Beaver, let me just fix this little Kimmy Beaver problem right here. There we go. Okay, so we have dad's attorney up there, and mom is here pro se, it appears, which is not uncommon in TPO hearings, although we often see Mr. Branch representing people from the DeKalb pro bono. Yeah. So it's interesting. She's making a motion to dismiss, and then she's about to make another motion, which the judge, you're going to see, watch the judge's face, absolutely unimpressed with the I guess tact that this attorney is going to take. I thought it was very, very interesting. So let's continue. This is a long one. Let's buckle up, guys.
Into the form of corporal punishment. And they go on to have a little bit of dicta in that case about, this is not a fair free for all. You can't just do anything that you want to and with your children. But it does talk about the difference between a simple battery and what's considered to be reasonable discipline. And when I looked at the allegations, it talked about Mr. Williams took off a belt and hit her on the arm, the minor child, that is, who's 14 years old. And also that the minor child, that he grabbed a switch and tried to hit the child with it, which is not any physical impact whatsoever. Again, Mr. Williams denies that he hit his daughter with anything, including the belt. But even taken upon its face, if those two things are true, they don't rise to the level of family violence as it's intended for in our statute, particularly when you lean on that case of Butchett versus Steinson. It says reasonable discipline also may be, and this is in the case, Your Honor, may be administered in the form of corporal punishment. It might be insulting or provoking, but that doesn't rise to the level of family violence. And that's my first motion to dismiss, is because just by the mere nature of the allegations included in this TPO, it does not rise to the level of family violence as it is contemplated by 1913-1.
I mean, there's some other allegations in the petition that are beyond that. So
the ones from late in 2022?
I'm not going to grant the motion to dismiss.
Okay.
We'll just hear the case. Anything else?
There is one other thing. I do see the minor child is here to testify. I understand that she is 14 years of age, and she's testifying obviously against her father. I'm concerned about her providing testimony here today. Mrs. Jackson has also filed a modification case. Mr. Williams has not yet been served with that modification case. And there is an ongoing Department of Family Children Services case. And I understand that Miss Amber Anderson, no, her name is Ashley Adams. I had that all wrong. Miss Ashley Adams is here on behalf of the department. She has met with the children. She's spoken with the children. She's spoken with Miss Jackson. She had some, she said she called Mr. Williams. He said he tried to call her. They do have an appointment for tomorrow at 1 p.m. And she's got a safety plan that would reunite the parties, the parent, Mr. Williams, and his daughter and his son, but also stop or halt the physical violence, physical discipline, I should say. And he would not be able to physically discipline the children until he did an assessment, and she reports that would take about 6 days. And then they would make further determinations of the assessment.
So I think something important to point out here, guys, is that very often in my I don't know what to call this, my YouTube room, my kitchen, very often in my kitchen, we watch court cases that involve juveniles that are delinquent. So they are already involved in the justice system themselves for whatever reason. Um, I've spoken at length. I personally have a teenage daughter. She's 14 years old. I personally am a retired child and a retired teenager. I was a bad teenager person, kid, just not, it was just undiagnosed ADHD, but regardless. So I feel for these kids. I feel for kids that are put in these positions. I also feel for their parents. I understand that sometimes you are in a very precarious position. However, I think that they you have to make a decision basically about um, if these are behavioral issues or if this is like an actual conduct thing, you know? Um, the reason I'm hiding the parent's face in this particular case, Jody, is because of the allegations and the testimony that's going to be coming forward soon. Um, and the age of this child, she is they're going to be saying things about her that I really just don't want people to be able to one day come across and say, that's your mom, and therefore that is you. Um, and so I pondered this all day as I thought about posting this case and how to post it feeling good. Why not show the dad's face is because if somebody knows the dad and knows the kid, it hurts the kid more than it hurts the dad, right? Um, I don't think that's the way that justice would be served. However, what I'm willing to do is at the end of the video, a reveal of the dad's face. Um, I honestly just don't really, this is 3 hour video and I really don't want it to be just covered with the parents like that. Just in case, like, let's hope. I really do hope sometimes my videos go viral, and that's a bad thing sometimes to hope, but I do. And God forbid this might be the video that did. And I wouldn't like to feel good about that. I think about these things with every video that I post, and this is the way that I've decided that I'm okay posting this one. I agree. Yeah. Can I do it with just his eyes? I'm trying to think of a way to do this. Like, yeah, I'm gonna leave it like this. It's just the way I've decided it. And maybe next time we'll do a different beaver shot. But mostly just because of the what they're going to be testifying to, I just don't think that I don't I don't I don't like it. I wouldn't like to be tied back to it. The attorney gets to stay up there because she's an attorney and the judge does too. And me too. I'm here. But um let's put it this way. I also don't like censoring for people, if you know what I mean. Like I don't like being censored, so I don't necessarily like censoring. So I'm hoping to find a happy medium one day. This is in the 1200D Magistrate Court in DeKalb County, Georgia. But these are not left up. These are taken down immediately. So this is not something that you might find just poking around. But if you watch it live, you can grab them. Yeah. All right. Let's continue. We'll be able to hear them, and I think that's the most important part. And the judge's face is good in this one too.
All that with the court to say there are 3 other ongoing protections in this case. There's the DFACS case that's ongoing. There's the police. I understand that there was also a police report filed. I'm assuming they're doing their own investigation. I haven't spoken with anybody from there. And there's also the modification case. I think that to have this young lady here, Trinity, testifying against her father and subject to cross-examination is going to be more prejudicial than it is probative. I also understand that Trinity, while she's in the 8th grade chronologically, that she has an IEP and a 504, and she reads at best on a 2nd grade level. So I am concerned about the court taking her testimony into consideration.
What are you asking?
I'm asking for her not to be able to testify today.
All right, we'll get to that later, but
Okay.
Just because there's other pending things, this is before me. I don't dismiss cases because there's a DFACS case or there's a modification. Like, this is the complication of what is before me. And, I'm going to take it as it's here. So
the reason the DFACS case is a little important, Your Honor, is because that Miss
but that's not a reason for me to dismiss this case.
Say it one more time.
It's not a reason for me to dismiss this case.
Oh, I was asking for the case to be dismissed earlier, but now I'm just asking that Miss Trinity not be able to testify because Miss Adams has spoken to her and will be able to relay everything that she said to her and as a part of her investigation.
No, she's going to be able to testify if her mother wants her to testify. So we'll assess, some things before she does, but all right. Anything else?
That's all I have.
Okay. All right, Miss Jackson, you are self-represented today. You can unmute.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Miss Hawkins, who is representing Antonia Williams, has said that she would like to make an opening statement. You are the petitioner, so I'm going to give you the opportunity to make an opening statement first if you would like to. You don't have to. This is what lawyers often do to give a snapshot to the court of what I'm going to hear, but I'm also just going to hear it. So you don't have to make an opening statement. Miss Hawkins doesn't even have to make an opening statement.
Also, this is hot off the kid is 14. I thought you were saying how old is this? This is hot off the presses. This happened today, and the child is 14.
But you all have the opportunity to do so. And because she's too, I'm talking to you about it. But I would first like to swear in Mr. Williams and Miss Jackson. If you would raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true? The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Both of you said it. Okay, you can put your hands.
And Your Honor, I would like to invoke the rule of sequestration.
I was just about to get to that, even if you didn't. I would like Miss Trinity Williams or any other witnesses that are in the rooms with y'all to step out until it is time for them to testify. And then they can come back in, okay? I want to make sure that they're, well, maybe you don't know. The rule of sequestration is the parties can be present, but witnesses cannot hear the testimony of other people. Okay. So is everybody out of earshot of any witnesses before we begin? Okay. And Mr. Williams, you can go ahead and mute for me right now. And let me also just say, there is a lawyer present, so she may have gone over this at least with Mr. Williams. When people are testifying, I want everybody to not make faces, to keep their face straight. I don't need shaking and nodding, whatever. Just everybody just try to, because we're on Zoom and we can see everything very clearly, just try to keep your face neutral. I'm going to hear from everybody, and we'll have an opportunity to, I'm going to hear from everybody. Okay. All right. Miss Jackson, again, this is not the time for your testimony, and I'm going to hear from you, but go ahead if you want to give me a brief opening statement. You can.
I just want to say this is nothing new. This has been ongoing since we have gotten our divorce. I've been trying to compromise with Mr. Williams about the way that he disciplined. It's starting to be more aggressive than just discipline, at a point where I'm seeing bruises I started to get concerned and I tried to talk to him about it. He dismissed it. He hung up on me. And the last incident was just like the draw for me when my son and my daughter came in shaking and crying. And she was saying, if I have to be around him again, I don't know what I would do
Object
to
to hearsay, Your
myself.
Honor.
So
So-
this is just opening you.
Okay,
Again,
so-
I'm gonna swear you in, and you've already been sworn, but I'm gonna give you time to tell me everything in just a
Okay.
minute.
So I just felt like I needed to advocate for my daughter and not be quiet anymore. Because
Who's walking around behind you, ma'am?
someone just walked through my garage. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Okay. Is that about it?
Yeah, so I just felt like I needed to advocate for her. I've been trying to co-parent and try to talk to her and let her know, it's going to be okay, whatever the case may be. It's just at that last point, I just feel like I have to advocate. If I don't advocate for her, who will? And I didn't want her to run to anybody else, try to get help.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Hawkins?
All right. Good morning, Your Honor. Well, good afternoon. Just briefly, these parties were divorced in 2017 in DeKalb County before Judge Siegler. Mr. Williams, before the divorce was final, did have a TPO out on Mrs. Jackson. And that was because of, after a hearing, it was determined that family violence had occurred against him. Since that divorce in 2017, they have been sharing custody of their two minor children. There's Trinity, the person that this petition was filed on behalf of. She's 14. And then there's Trey, and he is 8 years old. They share custody of these two children week on and week off. And they've been doing that, frankly, since before the divorce was even finalized. What the evidence will show, Your Honor, is that Mr. Williams is the disciplinarian in their co-parent relationship. So much so that Miss Jackson even calls him over to her home to discipline the children, particularly Trinity. Trinity is 14 years old and she is going through a lot. She has been doing self-harm. She's tried to cut herself. If she hasn't cut herself, she's extremely disrespectful, more to her mother, frankly, than to her father. And that's caused her mother to call upon Mr. Williams to discipline the children. Just the week before this incident happened, she dropped the children off. The evidence will show to his work to say, you need to talk to your kids because they're being disrespectful. And he did, in fact, speak with them and tell them to respect their mother in front of him. And that's what we have here. We've got 6 years of parents who have been co-parenting these children, and Mr. Williams has been the disciplinarian at the request of Ms. Jackson. Of Mr. Williams, the evidence will show is going to deny that any violence, any physical discipline even ever happened during this particular weekend. He does not deny that he does spank his children, and he uses a belt to do that. He's also going to offer up that Ms. Jackson uses her hands and fists, closed fists, to discipline the children. But there was no touching that took place this weekend. His wife is here as a witness, and also Ashley Adams with Department of Family and Children Services also in the room. And I think most importantly for this court, Ms. Adams, after only talking to the children and to Ms. Jackson, I understand her recommendation to be to enter into a safety plan where both parents agree to not physically discipline the children and allow an investigation to take place. And we're asking today for this TPO to be dismissed so that these parties can go through that more concentrated and supervisory process. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Jackson, you've already been sworn, so because you're self-represented, I'm gonna ask you some questions just to get you started, okay? Can you tell me your full name, please?
Cindy Shantae Jackson.
All right, Ms. Jackson, and how do you know Mr. Williams?
We were once married.
How long were you married?
I think 7 years.
Okay, and what year did you divorce?
2016, 17, I'm sorry.
Okay, and was that here in DeKalb County?
Yes.
All right, and did you have any children with Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Okay, and who are they?
Trinity and Trey Williams.
How old is Trinity?
14.
And how old is Trey? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
9.
He's 9? Okay. All right. Can you, I don't have the case number of the divorce. Ms. Hawkins, do you happen to have that?
I have it.
Okay, Ms. Jackson, go ahead. Or Ms. Hawkins, whoever can find it first.
It's 16 SM 6133-3.
Thank you. So Miss Jackson, as a, what did the court order in the divorce as far as parenting your children?
We have joint custody, where we're 1 week on, 1 week off.
Okay. Oh, I see the problem. I was using your non-married last name. Okay. And there we go. I'm sorry, I just want to get eyeballs on this. So it's joint physical and legal custody? Yes. Okay, 1 week on, 1 week off. All right. And you are filing this petition on behalf of your 2 children. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How has the joint custody been going?
Not well at all. The week on and week off at the beginning, it worked because we, were close to each other. But now that they're getting older, it definitely doesn't work for Trendy. Just like Ms. Hawkins mentioned, she's on a 504 in the IEP, and he didn't even want to admit that she had a learning disability. This is something that I had been getting started with her, and it was going back and forth with the school. So he denied a lot of help that she needed because he felt like she did not have any issues. So the week on and week off really doesn't work for her because it goes against her mental because she feels like she's not stable. Because we do parent different. We both do. As far as the parenting plan, I just feel like it does not work anymore for us because.
Okay, well, I should have been a little more clear. I'm sorry. I'm not here really to rework parenting plans.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here to decide the limited issue of whether there have been acts of family violence or threats of family violence, and whether this order needs to be extended 12 months into the future to prevent.
Yeah, but it's so like every time.
Let me ask you why you filed this petition on behalf of your children against their father.
Like I stated, it's like every other week when they are dropped off, it's something with. They're telling me their dad made them do, or he choked them, or he, held them against the door. That he put them in a military style, and if they dropped down, he would hit them. And I felt like that's just too much. And I would call him on it, and he would tell me, nobody's telling me how to parent. I don't tell you how to parent. So each week it was something. And then I started seeing the bruising. As I sent those pictures, this is stuff that I've been noticing on. This just did not happen. It's just getting worse. And when I spoke to him with this last incident, and I called the police because it was to the point where they were shaking and crying so bad that she felt humiliated because when he did hit her, she urinated on herself. And he made her walk around all day with that urine on. She's already dealing with a lot. And for him to do that really put her in a state of mind of, I don't want to be here. If I have to be with him.
I'm sorry?
Objection calls for speculation.
So
Okay.
it's just the reason why I went on a foul because I felt like if something happened to my child, it's gonna be on me because she's telling me this and she's crying out to me and I'm not doing anything. So she talked to her, not only me, she has a counselor that she speaks with. The counselor was concerned, she called me. I didn't call defects. The counselor reached out and said that we need to intervene because Trinity has let us know what's been going on. This has been noted previous in other conversations when she talked to her. And she
Let me
needed
ask you a couple questions, okay? I want to go back before I get too far away from it. The kids told you that they have been choked by Mr. Williams?
yes. And I didn't know my son had been going through this until Miss Adams came to do her assessment. And she mentioned it to me. I had no clue that my son was going through it as well. And when I asked him, he said he didn't want to tell me because he was scared.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm sorry, your son told you?
Yes, when Miss Adams let me know that my son had mentioned that he did some things to him with choking him and hitting him
Objection
in his
again,
chest.
Your Honor, to the
Just-
hearsay versus the hearsay.
Okay. I'm having such a hard time hearing what you're saying, Miss Hawkins. I'm sorry. Can you say it again?
Objection as to hearsay within hearsay. I can speak a little louder. I am.
Okay, all right. It's my understanding Miss Adams is going to be testifying, so I'll probably be hearing from her about what the kids said. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So can you tell me, so when did you said that Trinity told you she was hit so hard she urinated on herself?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was when he dropped him off this last incident. When she dropped the food and he hit her with the belt.
Okay. All right. And how long have you been seeing bruises on the kids, would you say?
This has been happening for, I say, going on 2 years.
Okay. And when did Trinity first tell you that she was getting choked by Mr. Williams sometimes?
She mentioned that to me about a few months. It was about the beginning of the year because we had a meeting with Mr. Williams in his restaurant about it. He cried and he said he didn't know she felt that way, and he apologized and everything. It wasn't going to happen again.
Okay. You said something about military style. And what were you trying to say?
Yes, they kids say he makes him do front and center. That's what he called it. So if they're in the military style on their hands and their feet, if they drop down, he hit them. So they get
push up?
Yeah, like a in a push up position.
Okay. Okay. And is Miss Trinity, I'm sorry, your daughter Trinity, is she able to communicate with you well?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. What is her learning disability?
She has a learning disability where she cannot. She's on a like 3rd grade level with reading, and she was a long time ago. She was diagnosed with ADHD.
ADHD.
Okay.
Okay. And how's she been doing after the 504E IEP plan?
They still not, the school is still not, they're still getting it together. But as far as she has help and she speaks with someone, a school counselor, and she's currently speaking with after this incident they had a trauma assessment. So she's now on a 12-week assessment, counseling session with them, me and her, speaking with someone because it kind of threw her for a loop.
Okay. Has she said anything about, has she asked you for help? Has she said she doesn't want to go back? What has she said to you about her dad?
She told me if she does not want to go back. I asked her if it, if you want to see him sometime, or if if you feel comfortable with his wife with there. And she said no, because when they had the last incident and his wife jumped in front of her dad, they got into a altercation, and she just feel like she's not protected when she's with him. So she was like, I don't want to go back.
Okay. And has Trey said anything to you at all?
Yes, he thinks that he's gonna be sent back without Trinity, so he feel like he really like he's alone, and he's scared.
Really feels like what? I'm sorry.
That he's alone. He think he's gonna go back without Trinity.
And have you hang on a second. My question just went away. Not what other people have told you that Trey has told them, but has Trey ever told you anything about any violence that has occurred to him by Mr. Williams?
He just said that his dad don't really hit him with a belt or a switch. He hit him with his hand. And I said, well, you're too small for him to, I feel like that's concerned. If you're gonna whoop him. But he hits him in his chest.
Okay. All right. So Trey said he only is hit with his hand in his chest.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just a second. I'm sorry, y'all. I have so many cases open and need to try to get back to this one. All right. Oh, Miss Jackson, do you have any exhibits you wish to present to the court?
Yes, ma'am. I sent pictures.
All right. Miss Hawkins, did you all share anything? Okay.
No, I'm just interested in the case in fairness, Your Honor, this today.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and the clerk will share her screen, and then we'll all be able to see it, and then we can talk about it before it's admitted or a decision on admission is made. Okay, Miss Jackson, what is this?
That's a part of the bruising from him saying that he just whooped her.
When was this picture taken?
This was the beginning of the year.
And this is Trinity's what part of her body?
Her thigh. And her lower leg.
All right. Is this an accurate depiction? And did you take this picture?
No, I didn't. My mom did.
Okay. Did you see it around the time it was taken?
I did.
Is this an accurate depiction of what your daughter's leg looked like?
Yes.
On that date? Okay. Miss Hawkins, do you have any objection?
I just object to authentication, Your Honor.
On what grounds?
Because she said that her mother took the photograph. And so if her mother took the photograph, somehow it had to get to her. We don't know whether or not the photograph remained in a true and authentic and accurate state from the transmission of one party to the next.
Okay, I'm going to ignore her objection. All right, is there another picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can we go to the next one?
And there's another one. It's 6.
Is this the same day?
Yes. This is all in the same day.
Is this a different area of the leg or the same?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And did your mother take this picture as well?
Yes.
Okay. And is this what Kearney's leg looked like that day?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ms. Hawkins, do you have the same objection?
Same objection to all the photographs, Your Honor. And to add, I think that Trinity could better authenticate that this was actually her leg. So I'll just add that objection. It's a continuing objection for all. It looks like 6 photographs.
Okay. All right. I'm going to overrule it this time. All right. Next picture, please.
These are pictures of this
Yes.
child, guys.
Jackson,
That's why
right?
they're
Uh-huh.
not.
Okay. Is this still her thigh?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Next picture, please.
And it's inside of her lower, like between her thigh and the lower leg.
Okay. Next.
In my layperson's opinion,
All right. Thank you.
I'll tell you,
Do you have any other exhibits, Miss Jackson?
That's it.
And those were taken in January, you said?
Yes. And the other photos from the arm were taken by the police and Miss Adams.
I didn't hear that last part.
I'm not sure. Oh, Miss
the
Adams, the DPACS worker?
yes.
Well, what pictures of the arms?
She had when he hit her on the arm from the last incident, she had the police and her took pictures. I didn't take pictures.
And what it was on her arms?
It was just the print from the belt.
So you called the police?
I did. When my daughter talked to me and my husband about it, and she was saying, you know, talking like, if y'all make me go back, I'm gonna do X, Y, and Z. I called the police.
Okay.
Just to have to make a report about it. And then I got a call from DFACS saying that they got a call from the counselor.
Okay. All right. And the photos that we saw, they were taken in January, you said? And what
Yes.
did Trinity say happened?
It was something, he thought that she was lying. Something happened in school, and he thought that she was lying, and he made her take off her clothes, and he whooped her with a belt. And it was just, I felt like it was aggressive, and it's too much. I understand discipline, but he does it to the point where he does it when he's angry. And Trinity,
she had to take off her clothes?
Yes.
All of her clothes, or to her underwear?
Her bottoms.
Her pants? Okay. All right, go ahead, ma'am. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Well, Miss Adams, when she was speaking with Miss Adams, when I talked to Mr. Williams' wife, after it happened, I called her. And I asked her, I wanted to get her, you know, her take on what happened. When she told me what happened, she said that when she entered, she was not gonna let him hit her anymore. She was like, she felt like it wasn't warrant for a whooping. So that's why they got into an altercation. She said he tends to hit her when he's angry. That's why she said you're stressed.
She's a witness.
Miss, I'm sorry, you said hearsay. The problem is, yeah, I know it's tough with objections on Zoom because when two people are talking, they both get quiet. So there's been an objection to hearsay. Miss, I guess it's Miss Williams is going to be testifying. So we'll hear from her, and she's an adult. So okay, we're not going to get into what she said. So, all right. Anything else, Miss Jackson?
That's it. And like I said, I understand discipline. We all discipline it, but at this point, I felt like it's abuse because she's having all these bruises on her, and when I try to talk to him about it, it's like he has no remorse. He's angry, and I feel like you shouldn't punish her when you're angry, and some things don't warrant for a beating.
Okay. All right, so Ms. Hawkins is going to ask you some questions on cross-examination, and then you'll have an opportunity to basically respond. Like, you'll answer her questions, but then you'll also have an opportunity to let me know what you want me to know after that. And then you'll be able to present some witnesses if you like.
Okay.
I believe you have some as well. All right, Ms. Hawkins.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Jackson. You know, my name is Melissa Hawkins. I represent Mr. Williams. A few questions for you. You don't object to the use of physical discipline to discipline your children, do you?
I do.
You do object to the use of physical discipline?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I don't.
You do not. Okay. In fact, you use physical discipline yourself, don't you?
I do with I do, but not to the point of leaving bruises.
Have you ever used a belt to whoop? And I use the word whoop. Do you understand what that means colloquially?
I do.
Okay. Do you use a belt to whoop your children?
I do.
Have you used a belt on both?
Whoop is just such a triggering word. I've talked about this before. I'll talk about it again ad nauseum because this is my channel and I can. Um, Parenting is hard. Being a parent is a really, really hard thing to do. And parenting a child that has any sort of behavioral issues becomes even more difficult. However, one of the most important things that you can do as a parent is teach your children from a place of calm and love as opposed to anger and violence. And I say that having been a parent who has absolutely gotten angry and felt out of control, but also as somebody who has been able to, as I've gotten older and properly medicated for my own ADHD, realize that there is a way to do it. You don't have to react to everything. You can indeed pick your battles and walk away and come back and deal with something afterwards. And yeah, that is the way I see it. Number one thing as a parent is listen. Number two, show love. Absolutely. I think it hurts my heart to think of kids getting whooped at both houses. I mean, I was a kid that maybe should have got whooped, but I didn't. And I have never felt the need to do that to my daughter because she is just a much better kid than I ever was. But still, even dealing with problems with her, I really try and do that from a place of understanding and compassion and grace because children look up to you. I still look up to my dad. I remember thinking when I was a little kid, like, wow, he could do anything. And then when I became a parent, I realized, oh my gosh, we're just faking it, We're just trying our absolute best. Some days best isn't good enough, but most days it is. And so I think that kids are worth going the extra mile, being calm, and then coming back to it. You'll get further. I always remember the lesson, and it's a car sales thing, but when you lower your voice and people have to lean in to hear you better, you command more respect. My favorite thing about being a parent, um, I think watching my child be so confident and uh, brave and able to do things that I myself was really nervous and scared about as a teenager. She dresses however she wants. She wears things. I wanted to blend in. I didn't want to be noticed in that way, and she does, and I'm so proud. She's had blue hair, she's had purple hair, and it makes me proud that she goes to school like that every day, confident in herself. Um, but I'll tell you, I do miss holding a baby in my arms. I love babies, and that was a very special time, and I miss babies. But I'm just so proud of the young woman that she's becoming, and that isn't due to me necessarily. It's her entirely, but I'm just privileged to be able to see it. And part of what I have to do is learning not to impart my own issues onto her. So she wants to wear a belly shirt, she can wear a belly shirt. If I have a problem wearing a belly shirt, that's my problem, not hers. So, um, being able to not pass on your own issues to your kids is one of the hardest things, and it's something we learn about every day. But, anyways, for anybody that's just joining us, the people below under the beavers, they're covered by beavers because this child here, it's the only way I can think of to protect her. I I know that we're court nerds and we watch these and we understand these in a different way, but I really don't want necessarily everybody uh, seeing her parents or whatever and tying two and two together. So that's why they're covered up like that. Bye, Mayor. Make sure you take care of that wife. Wife, happy life. Am I right? Anyways. Yeah, one thing I remember really, really clearly was something Mr. Rogers said. I don't know if you guys know who Mr. Rogers is, but he was a Canadian children's TV personality. I think he was in the States as well. And he gave this really, really wonderful speech to PBS, um, saving public broadcasting, basically. And he spoke about how he thought it was so dramatic to see two men working out their feelings of anger that you didn't need pew pews or dramatic violence. I mean, to have people work out true emotions or deal with the feelings of being a sister or a brother or anything like that. I don't know that we got enough of that as kids, and so I think we need to help and work on it as adults too. And Mr. Rogers, was a great inspiration to me, a great inspiration to me. So he always talked about a neighborhood expression of care, and that's what I think we have here. If I only one day could be like Mr. Rogers, my life would be great.
Trinity and Trey,
Yes.
and you are married. Your husband is Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
and your husband does use a belt to whoop both Trinity and Trey.
No.
Has he
He
ever?
doesn't whoop them.
I understand that he has whooped them at least one time, and he's whooped Trinity specifically with a belt.
That's because Mr. Williams came to our house and he demanded my husband to whoop Trinity. He said that he don't feel like he whooped Trinity hard enough, and he tried to make my husband whoop Trinity. My husband has never whooped him. Antonio wanted him to whoop him.
Okay.
Whoop hard.
So your husband has never whooped Trinity with a belt. Okay. And you've actually requested for Mr. Williams to discipline your children before, correct?
No, I have had him call him to talk to them, never to discipline.
And when I say discipline, I try to distinguish between physical discipline, meaning like a whooping or a spanking, but sometimes I say discipline, I just mean the redirection of children. In that particular time, I meant, do you ever call Mr. Williams over to discipline the children, meaning to redirect them, maybe even verbally?
Yes, verbally discipline together, not just on his own, together, so they understand that we're both on the same page.
In fact, you state that these allegations occurred on April the 16th, which would have been the last Sunday and Saturday of Mr. Williams' week on parenting time, correct?
Right.
Wasn't it just the previous week that you dropped off the children earlier and asked Mr. Williams to come and talk to the children in your presence at his restaurant?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Didn't you invite Mr. Williams to your home in December of 2022 to whoop Trinity in your home?
No, ma'am.
So you do not recall Mr. Williams coming to your home in December of 2022 and whooping Trinity inside of her room, inside of your home?
I've never called Antonio to come over to whoop my kids.
I guess I'm asking a different question. Do you recall him coming over into your home, going into her room and whooping her?
He has came over to my house to whoop her.
Okay.
But
And
I did not call to him to come and whoop her.
Okay. And did that happen as late as December 22? December.
I don't remember the day.
Okay. Has it happened more than 5 times?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Would you say that it's happened at least twice since you've been divorced for 6 years?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified with your honor that Mr. Williams hits Trey in the chest.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But you didn't mention that in your petition at all.
It is with the defects. I wasn't, like I said, when I did that, I didn't know he was doing that to Trey.
Okay.
They let me know that. And when I spoke with Trey, he then told me what happened.
Okay. And this military style, it sounds like to me like a plank that you allege with the judge that Mr. Williams makes the children hold in a plank position, like a push-up position?
Like holding their weight up.
Mm-hmm. You didn't mention anything about that in your petition that you just filed, did you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You said you've been seeing bruises for 2 years on Trinity?
Yes.
But you haven't come before the court or DFACS or the police until this time in April of 2023?
Correct, because I had tried to speak with him and talk to him about it because I didn't want, to get anybody involved in it if it's something that, it was a mistake or it was something that wasn't all the time. When I mentioned it to him, he then stated that he didn't realize he was hitting her that hard and he was not going to do it again.
Okay. And when did that take place? In January?
That was the beginning of the year.
Okay. And do you use your fist when you physically discipline the children?
I don't hit them with my hand at all.
Now, after this incident that you allege here in your petition took place on April the 16th, did you call Mr. Williams after that?
I called his wife and him.
And did he acknowledge that he had, in fact, whooped Trinity?
He did. And he said, you're not going to tell me how to discipline my kids.
Okay. Now, there was a statement about her urinating on herself, but I didn't see, did you forget to include that in your petition as well?
No, I mentioned that as well.
In the petition for TPO?
I don't know if they put it in there, but I did mention it. So they know, they're aware.
Okay. When you were divorced, I guess 6 years ago at this point, you did not want to do 50-50 custody, did you?
I did not.
Mm-hmm. And you've been trying to change it for a long time, haven't you?
I haven't.
Okay. You have not paid any child support to Mr. Williams, even though you were ordered to do so. Isn't that correct?
I was never ordered. So if you read on our thing, he was not going to collect on it because Mr. Williams, I have been always taking care of my kids. He's never did nothing. Even when I asked him for help, he's never done it.
Okay.
I always had medical on them. I have always had everything on my kids. They do not help me with anything.
I just want to ask my question more clearly, Ms. Jackson. Have you ever paid Mr. Williams child support?
I have. At the beginning, when they ordered me to pay him child support before we went before the courts, I did have to give him something. Then during the divorce decree, they said that I didn't have to do anything because we share 50-50 custody.
Okay. So those photos that you showed on the screen as your exhibits, those were taken in January?
Mm-hmm. At the beginning of the year.
But you didn't take any action? You didn't call the police or file a TPO?
I did not call the police. I just tried to work it out between us.
Did you show Mr. Williams those pictures of those bruises on Trinity's legs?
I did not show him. I told him.
Okay. And it looks like on your petition for TPO that you called the police or communicated with DFACS on April the 18th. Mm-hmm. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, somewhere around that.
And that would have been 2 days after the incident took place?
That's when the TPO was filed. But the day that it happened is when I called.
So you're saying
that Sunday.
Okay. Now the TPO was filed on April the 19th.
After that, yes.
And so, but it looks like you said on April the 18th is when you called the police.
Yes.
Okay. And that was about 2 days after the incidents happened, right?
No, that was the same day.
Okay.
The same that day he dropped them off is when I called the police.
Okay. Did Trinity go to school that Monday?
She did.
Okay. Did she tell you that she ate at Waffle House with her father before
She
dropping?
did. Yeah, she told me that, and they both, her brother and her, said that's what was weird because all that had transpired. Then he took them to go eat.
Mm-hmm. And you said, you said you didn't take any pictures of her arm, but somebody else has taken pictures of her arm?
Yeah, they took a picture of the arm.
Okay. Did you see bruises on her arm?
I did.
And did you show, but you didn't take any pictures?
I did not take any pictures.
Did you talk to Mr. Williams about any bruises on Trinity's arm?
I did.
And did he acknowledge that he had seen bruises on her arm?
He said, you're not going to tell me how to discipline my kids, and he hung up the phone.
Okay. Did he say anything about the bruises? Did he say, I hadn't seen any bruises on her?
He didn't say, that's all he said to me, and hung up the phone.
Okay. I'm assuming that you've talked to Trinity and Trey a lot since this incident has taken place.
I have talked, not really Trey, but I have talked to Trinity a lot.
Okay. And Trinity has a counselor that she also talks to sometimes?
She does. Mm-hmm.
And what's that counselor's name?
It's Miss Simpson. I just know her last name.
Okay, Kempton, Kempton.
Simpson.
Simpson, I got you. And she's with the school?
Yes.
Okay.
She was CPX.
I got you. And you think that it would be the best thing for your children to not see their father for 12 months?
Yes.
Okay.
Without him getting help and for his anger and his behavior, I do not want them. They don't feel. I try to, because I always try to compromise with him. But at this time, no, I do not feel comfortable with him by themselves, because he recommend, when they tell me stuff, he gets mad with them. And that's why they don't tell me a lot, because they don't want to get in trouble. So
I'm sorry, Ms. Jackson, I didn't want to cut you off. Did you sign a safety plan with Department of Family and Children Services?
Yes, we have a safety plan.
And that safety plan, did you feel comfortable with it after you signed it?
Yes, that we didn't have a safety plan. They said do not have any contact with him until we went before the judge to do the custody modification and for him to get help.
Okay, I understand, and maybe I'm mistaken from Ms. Adams, that the safety plan says that dad is not to physically discipline the children, but that he can see them. Is that the safety plan that you signed? Is that what yours says?
That's after we come to an agreement with the modification and him getting help.
Okay. And so do you understand that he'll be given an assessment through the Department of Family and Children Services? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you believe that if he is not is your only problem with Mr. Williams the physical discipline of the minor children?
Yeah, it's just the mental and physical abuse. I don't want them around it. And then he does drugs. I don't want that around them.
Okay. But you didn't mention anything about drugs in your TPO,
no,
right?
But
okay.
You asked me the question. That's not the only reason. It's a long list. I wasn't going to mention that in the TPO because it wasn't asked. But It's just a whole long laundry list of reasons. It's not because I just don't want him to be around them. That's the reason. It's the drugs. It's the physical. It's the mental abuse. And the way that my child mental is, I just do not want that around her. She doesn't need it. She don't need the extra stress.
Okay. And so if there was a safety plan put into place that would prevent both of you all, you and Mr. Williams, from physically disciplining the children, would you think that would be good for them?
I don't have a problem with it because if I talk to them, they understand. And that's what his problem is with me, because I don't put my hands on them. I feel like you don't have to always put your hands on them.
Okay, not always, but you admitted that you do whoop them.
Yeah, I have whooped them, yes.
Right. Okay, that's all I have for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I have a couple of questions. What grades are the kids in, please?
Trinity is in 8th grade and Trey is in 3rd.
So they're finishing up those grades? Okay.
Yes.
And did the Women's Resource Center help you fill out the paperwork in this case?
Yes.
Okay, so when you were saying they, I told them that's what
Mhm.
you're talking
Yes.
about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let me see if I've got any other questions. I don't think so right now. Okay, any other, I'm sorry, I did ask her a couple questions, Ms. Hawkins. Do you have any recross?
I do not.
Okay. All right, ma'am. Ms. Jackson, do you have any witnesses that you wish to call?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's your first one?
Miss Adams, I think she was in the waiting room.
Okay.
And then I have my mother.
Okay.
I understand I'm sorry, Your Honor. I understand the relevance of Miss Adams because she's investigating the case presently. I understand that. I don't understand any other witness other than Mr. Williams, the children and his wife were present at the time of whatever these alleged events are. And so I don't know. I understand the relevance of the mom.
So, Miss Jackson, any of the witnesses that Ms. Hawkins is conceding Miss Adams, but any other witnesses, we're looking for witnesses who have personal knowledge or have witnessed, I would say even the outcry of the kids, if they've said something that's happened to them or they witnessed it. And I think it's more than this one weekend, Miss Hawkins, because there are allegations that outside of that in the petition.
Yes, ma'am. That's
but
the
not
reason
just
why.
like what you've told them or anything like that. Okay. Well, go ahead and call your first witness. If we can go ahead and bring in Miss Adams, please, if you see her in the waiting room.
So she may have logged off. She was here at one point in time because I had her in a breakout room, but I don't see her no longer in the breakout room or waiting room.
Okay.
I do have her cell phone, Your Honor. I can text her to let her know the court's calling her, and perhaps Miss Jackson can call another witness.
Sure. That'd be great. I appreciate that.
But I do have one witness that is in the waiting room, and her name is LaRonda Williams.
That's Mr. Williams' wife.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know Miss
Just get everybody in place so I can
Jackson,
put the beavers out, please.
a couple of other people here earlier.
Yes, this is my mom.
Okay, I don't know if she's still here. Do we have Elizabeth Brown or Kelvin Jackson? Those were two names that were.
No, I don't see none of them in the waiting room. I just only
my mom is here.
Oh, all right. Well, if you want to go get her and bring her in.
Okay.
And she can come in and you can sit just, off. I don't want you like telling her what to say, but you can even be in the screen.
Okay.
One moment, Your Honor. I'm assuming the court is allowing the mom to testify over my objection.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to see what she has to say. I understand the relevance issue.
Thank you kindly.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
All right, I'm going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, can you please state your name for me?
Elizabeth Brown.
Elizabeth Brown, okay. And Miss Brown, how do you know Trinity and Trey Williams?
They are my grandkids.
Okay. And ma'am, have you ever witnessed any I don't know, bruising or marks on the children?
I have on Trinity after they was visiting me, and Trinity proceeded to tell me that she got a whipping from her dad, and she had on some shorts. And I asked her, where did that mark come from? And she said that was when her dad whipped her. And I said, But dang, that seemed a little excessive, so I just took pictures and I sent it to my daughter and I said to her, I know about whooping, but this seemed to be a little bit too much for me.
Okay, so when was this, ma'am? Like
I can't exactly say the date.
Do you remember what month it was or time of year?
To be honest with you, I cannot.
Okay. Would you recognize the pictures that you took?
Yes.
All right, if we can show, Madam Clerk, if you wouldn't mind sharing the screen, I'm going to see if these are the pictures she took. Ms. Brown, do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
Okay, and is this a picture you took of Trinity?
Yes.
Okay, and what part of her body is this?
That's her upper thigh part.
Okay, all right. And is this is this photo an accurate representation of what Trinity's leg looked like in the original state of the photo that you took?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Let's go to the next one, please.
This is a beaver buffer.
Did you also
A
take
beaver
this photo,
buffer.
ma'am?
Yes.
And same questions. Is it an accurate representation of the way her leg looked in the photo? Is it still, there hasn't been any additions, deletions, anything changed about it?
No, that's accurate.
Accurate. All right, let's go to the next one.
Shit, have I missed
All right.
their faces the whole time on the side?
This is the same part of her bottom leg and her thigh.
Okay, and same question on this regarding the accuracy of it.
Yes.
Okay, and next one.
That's the upper thigh.
Okay. All right, same questions. Is it an accurate?
Yes, that's the accurate. Yes.
Okay. Next.
That's a thigh and a lower leg, and that's accurate what I took.
Okay. And same questions. Is it accurate?
Yes.
All right, next one. Same questions.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I had already admitted these. I don't know if that clears up respondents' objections to them, since this is the person who took the photographs. But all right. Ms. Brown, is there any other time that you've seen anything on Trinity or Trey?
No, ma'am.
Sorry, my watch was talking to me. Okay. No, ma'am. This is the only time?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ms. Hawkins?
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Brown, my name is Melissa Hawkins. I represent Mr. Williams. Those photographs that you took, if Madam Clerk could please pull up number 1 for me, please. Do you know if those pictures were taken in 2022?
I can't remember when I took the pictures, to be honest with you.
Okay. And so to look at this photograph, I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing. It looks like Trinity may have some growth marks, or what I would call like stretch marks when you're growing. I see some of that. That's not what you're talking about when you talk about bruises, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You can take the photo down. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And so I'm assuming, do you know I know it's hard for you because you don't remember what year even, but you probably can't recall what day you took those photographs, can you?
No, because it was actually at night when I took that photo. Thinking about it, when I saw the picture and saw what she had on, she had actually went and took a shower, getting ready for nighttime.
Okay. And what did you do after you took those? Did you call her mom immediately, or send the pictures to her mom immediately?
I sent it and I called her.
Okay.
And asked her, did she see those bruises? And she told me yes. And I think she said she had already spoken with Antonio about that.
Okay. Did you tell her to take any other action? Did you tell her maybe she should call the police or anything like that?
No, because she told me that he assured her that it wouldn't happen again.
Okay. Do you ever whoop your grandchildren?
I have.
Okay. Do you know if your daughter whoops the children?
She said she has. I haven't seen her.
And what about Mr. Jackson? Do you know if he whoops his children?
No, I have not witnessed that.
Okay. And you haven't heard about that either?
No.
Okay. And you've not heard about you've not seen any other bruises on any of the children other than those ones that you allegedly took in those photographs?
Correct.
That's all I have for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Miss Jackson, I realized I should have given you an opportunity to ask your witness questions because you don't have an attorney and I'm not your attorney. So did you have any questions you wanted to ask your mother? I want to put some parameters on this. You kind of see what we're talking about. It's anything having to do with her personal knowledge about anything she witnessed, either in person or that, I guess, any marks from it, or even what the kids told her about anything like that. Those are the only things really on the table. Do you have any questions you want to ask your mom about?
Yes, because I know her
Go ahead,
Trinity has
ask her questions. Don't testify to me.
Oh,
right now.
okay. Have Trinity mentioned any other abuse to you in confidentiality? She has. She stressed to me that she got a whipping from her dad. You know, she told me on many occasions when she get not just whipping, but verbally abused, cursed out, but you know, and I've always, you know, tried to tell her, you know, talk to your mom, talk to your dad, let them know how you feel, how she felt. There have been several occasions that she opened up to me that I didn't tell my daughter because she didn't want to get in trouble. I didn't tell my daughter or her dad because she didn't want to get in trouble and she didn't want either one of them angry with her. But she has let me know on several occasions that she felt like she didn't want to be here because of how her dad talked to her and yelled and cursed at her and whipped her. So
she told you she didn't want to be here. What did she mean by that?
That she wanted to hurt herself.
I think right now I need to point something out that is really important and is my opinion, but it's what I believe in an important opinion. Dads have a really important role in their daughters' lives. And while discipline is important, love and protection is more valuable. What you teach your daughter is how much she is worth. If you treat her like a princess, if you show her that she is so valuable and so worth the time and effort and energy that it may take for somebody to get to know her, or if you just tell her every day how smart she is and how many things she can do and teach her things, she will know her worth when dumb boys come knocking. Okay? And she will walk past because she remembers all of that. But the same thing goes when you tear a child down. You don't understand how much impact that has on that child. So, again, yeah, kids need to be disciplined. But, and Dr. Phil said this, I think, like it takes 1,000 Atta girls to erase one. You're stupid, you're ugly, you're fat. Those don't go away. And you have to be there for your children through thick and thin. And so that starts with love every single day and value every single day. And do you know what happens to young girls and women who value themselves? They know how to stand up for themselves. They laugh at idiot boys or girls who try and push themselves on them or move too fast, or they have confidence. And this is talking about daughters specifically. You teach your sons the same thing: respect, love, safety, trust. But what the issue here is that these children are broken. This child is broken and she's crying out for help. She's self harming. She's talking to counselors. She's speaking to parents. And I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think the method that they're using is working so far. I've heard them all talk about whooping her, but it doesn't seem to be working. Perhaps we could go with something different. And again, it's harder. It's hard. It's just the same as when we deal with people who do heinous crimes, or people who do crimes that are forgivable but difficult. And we want, a part of us wants justice. We want them to pay. But is that really better for society? Is that really better for the victim? Is that really better for everybody as a whole? Or is that what makes us feel better in the moment? And I think the reason that judges are judges and the reason that the average person isn't is because you need to be able to step beyond those immediate feelings to understand the implications of all of that, and to weigh those things. Would I be surprised if this child enters the juvenile justice system? Absolutely not. Not even close to surprised. In fact, I'm just surprised she hasn't yet, to be honest with you. And then let's remember how much money we're going to be spending on this child and this family. They'll be spending thousands of dollars a day on residential treatment centers or juvenile detention once it's gotten too far, or hospitalization in a secure ward if she's gone the other way. So again, the point of where we put our money and when we put it places, it's about the beginning. We need to be intervening with these families. We might have a chance with this 8-year-old brother that she has. Seriously, this would be a great time for an intervention for that child. But at this point, this child is in a dire strait, a dire position. And the system is broken in Canada too. The system's broken everywhere. There's not one answer, and I don't claim to know it. What I know is what you can do in your immediate vicinity with immediately people around you. And the best way to have an impact on a family is at the very early part of the life of a child. Again, it's about confidence and trust and love. So if you weren't given that as a daughter, it's very hard to give that as a mother. So when these mothers are growing up, there is uh, a huge need for them to be embraced in a community that lifts them up and that helps them grow. And like when I used to run my mommy group, it wasn't always dealing with high risk families. Actually, most often these families were quite well off and much older than me. I was 21 and they're like in their 30s. But the premise is the same. The premise is support the mom and the dad as they have a new child, encourage them to ask questions and grow and become better, and stop stigmatizing it, and continue that support and growth as they get older. And what will happen is they will develop relationships that will help them in the future as they deal with difficult situations. When you have a child who's been raised like this, the likelihood of her having a teenage pregnancy is so huge. It's huge, beyond huge. So again, this would be a great time for an intervention of birth control and sex talk and those types of things as well, because this is exactly what this is going to be happening. But again, if we do that now, the cost is very little comparatively if we allow her to spiral further, get pregnant, unwanted, deal with the whole repercussions of that. Again, I don't say that kids aren't going to have sex. They are. That's not the whole thing. You need to teach them at a very young age about the emotionality tied to that and the reality and the repercussions tied to having sex. And you have to be upfront about it. I feel very, 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 very scared for this child. Really, I do. Um, I'm scared for her because every soft spot that she should have to land right now, with the exception of school, I've heard them speak of whooping her. And that's worrisome to me. Um, yeah, I worry about it. Anyways, let's keep going. And I think again we can learn from this. If we only do it so that the next time we're in a moment of anger, we can take a deep breath and think about how a better way to deal with it. That's my only hope, maybe. Or walk away. As a parent, you're allowed to walk away. You don't need to deal with everything right away. You can walk right away. You got a 14-year-old kid, you can go for a freaking walk. You can go for a walk. Go for a walk. Just go. Seriously. I think that's the thing I've learned is like there's no shame in waiting, deferring. So hard, especially with ADD. You want to just dig in, but I think you'll find you think twice when you walk and deal with something like that.
And me being a grandmother, that broke my heart. And I know that feeling. I've always tried to encourage her to be open with the both of them when she's feeling that kind of way, and let her know that she was still loved, you know, by us. And there's always another answer.
Okay. Any other questions, Miss? Hang on. I was just gonna. Do you have an objection or do you have a question?
I have some recross. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, I just want to see if Miss Jackson has any more questions for her mother.
Have you in the past or in recent think that Trinity, what she's going through mentally, is the cause of what she's going through with her father?
Objection, cause of speculation.
I'm not going to allow that question. I'm going to sustain the objection. That's just kind of asking your mom to speculate. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks. All right. Any other questions, Miss Jackson?
No.
Okay. All right, Miss Brown. Miss Hawkins is going to have a few more questions for you.
Thank you. Miss Brown, you said that Trinity confides in you.
Yes.
Sometimes. Sometimes, I get that. Did she tell you that she has started to harm herself, maybe cutting herself?
She told me that she harmed herself. She didn't go into details when I asked her, what do you do? And she wouldn't tell me. Okay. And I told her, as a grandmother, that is not the answer to her problems.
Okay. Have you ever noticed any bruising, even in the photos that you take, that you thought, did you ask her, did you do this to yourself?
Again, she didn't specify. She wouldn't tell me when I asked her what type of self hurt that she said she was doing. I'm just like, I don't believe you. You know, she wouldn't say or she wouldn't show me.
Okay.
And I didn't see anything.
Okay. When do you remember, if you can remember, her sharing this information with you that sometimes she hurts herself?
Oh, that had to be that conversation had to be maybe a month or so ago. It hadn't been that long ago. I picked Trendy and Trey up after school on their week with their mom. So we always have conversations. I can't pinpoint when that actually came up.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Mhm.
All right. Has Miss Adams shown up in the breakout room?
She texted me and told me she was in the breakout room.
Yes. Yes, she is here. I'll bring her in.
Thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Adams, you're here. Can you unmute and start your video? Miss Adams, I don't know if you can hear me. If you can unmute and start your video.
Yes, hi, how are you?
Hi,
I'm Jack.
We're gonna swear you in.
Okay.
Your Honor, you got an echo.
I'm sorry, Miss. Adams?
It says it's echo.
Yeah, I have a pretty bad echo. Maybe it's just me.
Yeah, sometimes it starts right when people start their audio, and then it seems to stop.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand, Miss Adams. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can put your hand down. We are here in the case of Cindy Jackson on behalf of her two children, Trinity and Trey Williams, versus Antonio Williams. And it's a protective order hearing. And Miss Cindy Jackson is calling you as a witness. And so she is self-represented. I'm probably going to ask some questions, and then if she has any questions, and then we'll have Miss Hawkins, who's representing Mr. Williams, ask you questions. Okay.
Yes.
All right. It seems like you have some knowledge about this situation. What is it that you know about this case, ma'am?
We received a call in reference to physical abuse for the
Oh,
state
I'm
of.
sorry. And where do you work?
I work for DeKalb County DFACS.
Okay. And your
Before-
name is Ashley Adams, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And are you a
Has
case
the witness
worker?
been sworn? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Has the witness been sworn in?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Adams, I'm sorry. You said you are a caseworker with DFACS. Go ahead and tell me what you said. You got a call.
We received a call in reference to child abuse. I came out to the home and interviewed the child as well as the sibling and the biological mother. When I came, I did see marks and bruises on the child. I notified the family that they should reach out to law enforcement because there's marks and bruises. DeKalb County police officer came to the residence and took a report. I then tried to reach the biological father on several occasions. He has been unresponsive to me. I also put a safety plan in place, letting mom know that the child cannot be unsupervised with dad because of the allegations, because of the bruising, and because I had some concerns.
1,900.
Okay, what did Trinity tell you?
She advised me that she was cooking all day in her father's restaurant, like helping him in the restaurant, washing dishes, packing food, like I don't know how it operates. I never worked in a restaurant, but like restaurant things, cooking, cleaning.
like helping dad pack or whatever. She said she had dropped, I believe it was rice on the table. And dad became so angry. And he told Trey, which is the younger brother, to get his belt or shoe. I don't remember which one it was, but I believe it was a belt. He asked him to get the Crocs so he could put them on, and then he asked him to grab the belt. And he was, he hit the child, I think, twice. The child said that she was in shock and she urinated on herself. Her dad became very angry, screaming, cursing. She ran into the bathroom. He's banging on the bathroom, asking her to come out of the bathroom. And that was one day. She said that the next day, Trey came and woke her up, letting her know that he had, in fact, clogged the toilets and he needed her help to fix the toilet. She said when dad woke up, but she said she couldn't fix it. So when dad came upstairs, he began carrying on, saying that they only had 5 minutes to get the bathroom cleaned up. And he got like a switch or something to spank the children with, because they couldn't get it cleaned up. He said their kids told me, and this is by both of their interview, that the stepmom was trying to like hold dad back, and they were fighting in the bathroom because she was saying like, I'm not gonna let you hit the kids, I'm not gonna let you do this. And she had ripped like his shirt or grabbed his shirt. It was like really messed up, and he had quickly wanted to change his shirt because he had a client. They said afterwards, then dad took them to Waffle House, act like nothing happened, and brought them home. They told me that when they came in, they were really upset. And they talked, Trinity, she told me that she spoke to her mom and let her mom know like what transpired. And then, during the course of the interview.
Oh, I think she got a call. I heard her phone.
Yeah, I did too.
All right, hopefully she'll log back on.
Just wait for her to come back, ruining my freaking edits. What a horrible story already. Horrible. Oh, I have a few things I would like to do to explain to dad what proper men do when toilets break. I have a funny feeling they don't blame their children and then whoop them. I'm sorry. I don't give a shit. Like, no pun intended. I really don't. If your toilet broke because somebody used it, get a better toilet. That's you problem.
I don't know if anyone has her contact information, if you want to reach out to her and
I'll send her a text message.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi between coffee and sleep. This is a bit of a rough case. Like I said, we're just waiting here for the screen to come back on. One of the lawyers dropped off. But they are coming back on. DFAX dropped off. Yeah. Interesting that the lawyer isn't objecting to this.
And
oh, hold on.
I'm sorry. The service is bad.
That's okay.
Yes. When we pick check up.
I think the last thing we were talking about was that Trinity said both the kids said they went to Waffle House and then home and then spoke to their mom.
Yeah. So then Trinity told her mom what transpired over the weekend. And that's what I was told. Also,
Hawkins,
Mom,
if you don't mind, Miss Adams, I just want to make sure Miss Hawkins can hear and participate with us. Okay, all right, go ahead, Miss Adams.
yeah, so then I spoke to both children, alone and separate and private. And their story kind of aligned with the aggression with dad, what transpired. The young Trey, which is the youngest son, he advised, I wasn't even coming for him. But during the course of my investigation and our interview, he was telling me that dad had picked him up by the throat one time and like had him up in the air, like from the they were in like a kitchen, so it was by the refrigerator. So that was concerning to me as well. So there were just a lot of things that the children were disclosing. As far as the physical discipline that dad uses, that I felt that was inappropriate. And then the bruises were in private areas on her chest and her arm. So I was able to take a picture as well as the police.
Did Trinity ever say anything to you about being strangled or anything like that?
Yeah, she not at that instance, but she said that dad had choked her prior, before. Like they were just, it just was like an open forum for them to just disclose or, make an outcry of what they have endured. Because when we ask questions, we want to know like how long it's been happening. Has it happened before? Have you had marks and bruises before? That was one of my questions. And when I was asking those questions, a lot of physical abuse was documented as far as, and my questions was like, was mom aware of it? Like, what's going on? What are you guys doing? Did you have to seek medical treatment? Things of that nature.
Okay. And did they tell you that their mother was aware?
No, they told me a lot of the times they don't say anything because they don't want the rift between mom and dad. It's already a little bit of tension. So they don't want to, cause more tension. Trinity did disclose that she's been having some issues as far as like mental health issues, self-harming behaviors and whatnot. And, she just didn't want to put another burden on her mom. Like, and that, it hurt my heart because it was like, tell. You have to say something, anything, just, you have to let us know or let someone know so we can get help for you, for your parents, whomever.
Did she disclose what kind of self-harm she was engaging in?
She did not. When I looked at her arms, I seen a little scratches, but she didn't say like I scratch myself or I do this, that, and the third. I just looked, I've observed.
Okay. Miss Jackson, do you have any questions you want to ask Miss Adams before Miss Hawkins asks her questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Miss Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you. Do you understand, Miss Adams, that let me back up. What part of the body did Trinity share that her father hit her with the belt on when they were in the restaurant that Saturday?
It was her arm, and it was the bruise. It was the bruise on the arm that I took note of.
Okay. You also mentioned that you saw some scratches on her arms.
So there's two parts of the arm. So there's the upper body where she showed where dad hit her with the belt, and down.
You're pointing to like your forearm area.
I guess I'm gonna show you. Okay, like up
Got
here.
it. Okay.
Right. And down near the wrist is where I seen self-harming.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's two separate areas, actually two separate arms. So what I noted, I think in my notes, I believe it's the left, but I don't hold me to it, so I don't want to lie. I believe it was the left that I took the pictures on, and the right arm where I seen the scratches. So it was two separate. I noted that. I remember that off just memory. It was two separate two separate arms. Dad's, the alleged bruises from dad was on the left and on the chest, and that's where pictures.
And if you had to describe the bruise that you saw, from what is alleged to be a dad's belt, I assume, what would they look like? Are they circle, square? Is it a line? Is it a, you don't have a picture that you could show the court, do you?
Might. I usually erase them once
Okay.
because
You
we
can
don't
just
keep.
describe it. That's fine for timing purposes. You can just describe what it looks
It's like a purple, blackish mark. So like I've seen a lot of belt marks.
like. Okay.
So it was just like a bruise. I couldn't say it was like a buckle or anything. It just shows as a bruise.
Okay.
Like
About how big was it?
maybe 1 millimeter, like maybe a centimeter. This is a centimeter. Maybe
Like
like
the
a
size of
centimeter.
your pinky nail?
What's going on? Why is she using metric? Did somebody already pre-edit this for me and change it to metric? I don't understand. I know I'm joking in a very serious situation, but seriously, no, is it because under an inch you guys don't actually have measurements? So you're like, oh shit, I guess we sort of need those centimeters, millimeters and stuff. All the ones that sort of make sense. Um, you know me, I'm just joking anyways. Uh yeah, let's continue on. I know y'all have centimeters, but you were always talking about feet and inches. So, anyways, okay. It was just a joke.
Yeah, like like the right here up into this part. 'Cause
Okay.
there was like
Did
2
you
or
say
3
there were a
marks.
few? I couldn't hear you.
Yes, ma'am. I said a few.
A few of those marks?
2 marks. Yeah,
2 marks?
yeah, like on right here on the right here.
Gotcha. Around the same size as your pinky, that little
Correct.
area. Okay.
Mhm.
Um, and did she disclose any other type of self-harm? I know you observed the cutting on the wrist. Did she disclose any other type of self-harm?
He had not. No,
Okay. Did you create a safety plan with mom?
I did. I did.
And can you share with the court the high points of that safety plan?
That no physical discipline would be used on the child during the course of my investigation, and the child would be not the children, because Trey, during my interview, Trey disclosed that he was abused by dad as well. So they would not be unsupervised with the father at any times during the course of my investigation.
Okay. And you mentioned that you reached out to dad 3 or 4 times.
It was 3.
It was
I
3.
called. It was 3. It was after the initial interview with the children. It was after I spoke to the law enforcement personnel, and then it was just most recent when mom told me about the court date. I tried to reach out to him because I wanted to speak to him before we went to court,
I
so I could
understand.
get services in.
And you have not yet been able to speak with him, correct?
I did with you today. I
Right.
actually, I did. You connected
today.
us, and I was able to have an appointment with dad tomorrow.
That's great. And you're going to his house tomorrow at 1:00.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you call, do you call from your cell phone number or do you call from a private number? Do you know?
I call from my phone, and I also use, because I thought maybe dad was like dodging me. So I also use we have other numbers in our office
Okay.
that we do use. So when I go in the office, we only go in the office twice, 3 times a week now.
Okay.
Just recently we started going 3 times. I use the office line just in case, because sometimes my name comes up. So I'm like, some people will be like, oh, DeKalb County, I don't want no involvement. So I try to, like, I could get in contact with the parent. I do make a diligent effort to contact all parties involved.
Understood. Do you recall leaving dad any messages?
No, I don't. No, you cannot. When I called, it's just like a phone. Like it's like this line has, I remember distinctly one time it was just like this line that it was, you couldn't leave a message. And the other times I just call. The initial time I leave a message, the first time I always leave a message, and then the next times, because I left a message, I be hoping that the parents don't know who I am and they'll just call me
Okay.
back.
Answer.
Yeah, so they'll just answer.
Okay. And what day do you recall coming to meet with the children? Do you remember the actual date?
I'm not gonna lie. Whatever. No, maybe like the 19th of April or so.
That's okay. Tell me what the next steps after you, well, let me say this. Did dad also share with you during our conference hearing in the court today that he was trying to reach out to you?
Yes, he which is very odd. He said that online, we don't have an online platform, which I advised him. We don't have an online platform, so you couldn't reach with me online. But he said that he did in some snack finger office, but we don't have an office over there. So the things that he said kind of didn't make any sense because we don't have anything. But he said he tried online, and then it's office by Snack Finger Road, and we don't have an office in that area at all.
Understood. Tell me what the next steps in your investigation are.
So my next steps would be to meet with dad. That's really important, and as well as speak with his wife. I'm going to speak with them in hopes that they are cooperative and hopes that they're cooperative. I wanted to put a safety plan in place for dad not to use any physical discipline and to give dad some supports to ensure that, well, if he does, I don't know what's going on with this, but if the children are to see him or they're whatever, that custody, I don't have anything to do with that. But dad needs a support person to be there to ensure that he will not use physical discipline. I also would like to recommend some counseling, some anger management, a few things to get an assessment to see where dad scores, to see what would the assessors feel would be the best course of action for dad, and maybe some family counseling. But I need to speak to dad first, see what he says, see what his wife says. But
Okay.
that
Understood. And then is there so going down the road a bit, dad, you meet with him, you get whatever information he has to share with you, whatever data he has to share with you, and then you create a safety plan. And then is there a later follow-up that happens in some, what happens after that? After you get the assessment done and the safety plan and the
if I make a safety plan, if I make a safety plan, if dad is, it depends on the investigation, what's disclosed, what's not disclosed. So if I make a safety plan, then I will follow up with the family again. I would meet with the children again. I would meet with dad again. I would speak to the assessors, to see how they feel, speak with them. It depends. It honestly depends on the cooperation from dad. The mom and the children have done my assessments. They're participating in therapy. They're doing it. It's dad whom I haven't had a chance to meet with and speak with. Yeah.
Gotcha. And you mentioned a supervisor. Is that the same thing as a support person?
Yes, it would be. Yeah.
Correct. And could that person be dad's wife?
It could be. It would. Okay. She could be. It depends on the interview. That is a possibility. Yes.
Understood. Okay. If dad decides, and I'm just kind of going off on the road here, I'm not going to participate, I don't want to sign the safety plan, then what would be your next course of action?
My next course of action would talk to
I'm sorry, Hawkins, I'm going to pause for a second. I feel like we're getting a little far afield here on the question about whether family violence has occurred. And so if we can, it's getting very late in the day. And so I know we have other witnesses in this case too. So I find this interesting about DFAC's process, but I'm here to decide the limited issue about whether family violence has occurred and whether a 12-month order is needed to prevent it in the future. So
I understand. And to that end, my last question for you, Ms. Adams, will be, do you have enough information to know now whether a 12-month order would be in these children's best interest?
I don't, because I haven't spoke to dad. I do think that they honestly do not.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion? I'm sorry, that's a ridiculous question for her to ask. She doesn't decide if you issue 12-month TPOs. No, that's not how it works. And this is why I'm a little concerned why, again, the pro bono people are here sometimes, but not others. This is a freaking great case. I've seen them at some really lame cases before, but this case, you could use a lawyer on this.
Not need to be with dad because of the physical abuse that both children have disclosed to me, I'm concerned. Until we could get dad some services, I don't recommend, or I wouldn't. I would keep my safety plan is for dad not to be supervised, have supervised visits until we could get him some services.
Okay. That's all I have for you. That's all.
Thank you.
All right. I don't think I have any other questions for you, Miss Adams. And Miss Jackson, do you have any questions for Miss Adams, or may she be excused?
It's good.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here, Miss Adams. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for your time. Thank you. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, Miss Jackson, do you have any other witnesses? Oh, well, do you have any other witnesses?
Trinity, that's it.
Okay. All right. Okay, you can present her if you want.
Your Honor, I would just renew my objection. Well, I think she's already walked away to get her, but particularly after the supervisor has the defects, Ms. Adams has spoken.
All right, well, let me let's put everyone back in the waiting room for a minute. We'll pause this for a second and I will get back to y'all. Okay.
Okay, guys, just give me one moment to queue up the next video. They took a break there. This court is notorious for taking breaks. No, don't make me do that right now, YouTube. I am right in the middle of something. Why? Yes, it's me. It's me. It's me. It's me. It's me. And I'm live. Please just let me in. Okay. I apologize again for the delay. I'm very interested to hear your guys' thoughts on this thus far, though. I think it's hard. I don't, we lawyers are meant to do their job.
So,
And
frankly, I'm trying not to
whoa,
further, but I do
lady,
have
lady,
to
lady.
book, Your Honor. And there is a provision in 19.9 in Title 19 that talks about children testifying custody trials. I know this is not a custody trial, but it serves the same purpose as that.
You just stop. I hope this is the right one. Yeah, okay, it is. Okay, 2 seconds, guys. Sorry. How am I gonna do this? Maybe for there. We gotta slow this biatch down. Get some high quality shit.
Okay. Ms. Adams from the Department of Family and Children's Services, it kind of is serving as a guardian ad litem and has shared everything that that's relevant that Trinity shared with her, as did her grandmother, as did her mother, frankly. Perhaps if I have a need or if Ms. Jackson has a need, the court can speak with her on camera. But I believe the court has heard her testimony, if you will, through those other witnesses.
All right, Miss Jackson and also Miss Hawkins. I mean, what I'm thinking is maybe Miss Hawkins, you go ahead and present your case. If we feel the need to hear from Trinity again, I can hear from her on camera in rebuttal, kind of.
I think that would be appropriate, Your Honor.
Okay, Miss Jackson. So what we're trying is, do you understand? We're trying. It can be traumatic for children to have to speak. The more people they have to talk to about all this, that it just traumatizes them. And so I am a kind person when I speak with children, and I can talk to her in a breakout room and keep it, as low key and gentle as possible. But what we're talking about is moving on to respondent's case, hearing from them, and if necessary, I can hear from Trinity in a breakout room after, if necessary.
Okay,
Does that sound okay with you?
it's fine with me.
Okay. All right. Then we're going to go ahead and let the respondent proceed. Ms.
Okay.
Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to call Rhonda Williams.
Okay. Rhonda, normal spelling?
Actually, I don't think so.
I didn't mean to say that.
No, I understand what you mean, Your Honor. It is LaRhonda, LARHONDA.
Okay,
Last
and is Miss Williams with Mr. Williams?
No, she's not.
Okay, is she in the waiting
I
room?
think she's in the breakout room. She's in a whole nother residence.
Okay. We can grab her when y'all get a chance.
I'm bringing her in while I was just trying to connect.
Right. And I'm going to let you swear her in and everything, Ms. Hawkins.
All right, thank you. Hi, Miss Williams. Can you hear me okay? Uh-oh. I can't hear you. Oh, you have to unmute yourself.
Get off mute. Okay.
Okay. Can you please raise your right hand? Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you'll give in this case today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Can you please say it and spell your name for the court?
LaRhonda Williams, LaRhonda Williams, WILLIAMS.
Okay. And I think you're holding a phone and you're kind of moving a little bit, so we hear a little bit of ruffling noise. So if you could just try to, I don't know, keep your finger off the mic if that's okay. I know it's harder said than done. You're married to Mr. Williams?
Yes, I am.
And you are familiar with his children, your stepchildren, Trinity and Trey?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long have you all been married?
Okay, stepmom alert, stepmom alert. This is the stepmom. Fuck, I should probably cover her face too, but my hands are dirty and I don't have more. Well, I do have more Larrys, but I want to see some faces too.
Married.
4 years. We've been together. He's been married 4.
You've been together 5 years and married 4?
Ma'am.
Okay. Are you often around when Mr. Williams is exercising his week of parenting time with the children?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've got a few direct questions for you. Have you ever seen Mr. Williams, I'm going to use the word spank? Do you know what I mean by that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever seen Mr. Williams spank the children with their clothing off?
Not that I can recall, no.
Okay. Have you ever seen any bruises on the children as a result of Mr. Williams spanking them?
Not that I can recall. You know.
Okay. And when you say not that you can recall, what does that mean?
I mean, other than, if you get hit on your butt with a belt, you might get a left or something like that, but I haven't seen like a bruise or anything, no.
Okay, and let me be more specific. Have you ever seen any bruises on Trinity's arm?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen any bruises on Trinity's legs?
No.
Okay. Were you aware that Trinity has tried to harm herself?
She told me that she likes, she cuts herself. That's what she told me, that she cuts herself.
Okay. And did you see any evidence on her body of her cutting herself?
I saw like a small scratch on her, like her wrist, arm, like forearm.
Did you speak with her father about that?
Yeah, I told him, and he had informed me that her mother had told her that she had cut her, that she was cutting herself, and that she watched some, like a teenage, I think it's like a teenage thing on Netflix where they talk about cutting. So they had discussed it. I just told him that she had mentioned to me that she also cut herself.
Okay. I want to take you to on or about April the 16th. I think that's a Saturday. Let me just double check here. Have you been able to review any violence petition that Miss Jackson filed on behalf of Trinity?
Yes, I did read it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you know what the allegations are generically in that document, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so on Saturday, April the 15th, were you in the restaurant with Mr. Williams and Trinity and Trey and probably some other people when this alleged spanking took place after Trinity spilled food on the floor?
No, I had made a delivery, and then when I came back, I just noticed that she was crying.
Okay. And did you ask her if her father had spanked her?
Yes, ma'am. I asked her if she had got a spanking.
And what did she say?
She told me no, and I asked her more than once.
Okay. So she never admitted to her father spanking her that day at the restaurant? Okay.
She did not.
Did you notice if she had urinated on herself?
Well, she went to the bathroom, and then she came out and asked me if I could see her wet spot on her, and I was like, you peed on yourself? And she said yes.
Okay. Is it unusual for Trinity to urinate on herself?
No, she's done it before.
How many times before?
That I know of, maybe 4 times. She's come home from school with her, urinated on herself. There was a couple other times that I picked her up and she had peed on herself. I had asked her one time. She didn't mention to me that she had peed on herself, and I had noticed that she had peed on herself. And I asked her, I said, Trinity, did you have an accident? And she said yes.
Okay. Do you know? Is anybody following up with the doctor about her continuing to urinate on herself at the age of 14?
I know the last time that I know that her mother had taken her to the doctor regarding her peeing on herself was, if I can estimate the time, maybe about a year or so ago.
Okay.
And then I had asked her again because she had urinated on herself when I had picked her up from school, and I had asked her if her mom had got a note asking if she could go to the bathroom on a regular basis, because the doctor had said that she's supposed to go every couple hours in this bathroom.
I understand. Let's turn our attention to the following day, which would have been that Sunday. This would have been April the 16th. Were you in the room when the toilet had overflowed in the children's bathroom?
No, I was in my bedroom, and I had heard commotion as far as Antonio was asking them what was going on in the bathroom, and I wasn't feeling well that morning, so I kind of was tossing and turning, and then a few minutes later, Trinity had came and asked for the plunger, and then she went back into the room, and then maybe a few minutes later, that's when I was like, okay. Antonio was like, the ceiling's leaking. Y'all getting that water up? Are you getting the water up? And so that's when I got up.
Okay. And tell us what took place from there.
I got up and I went in in their bedroom, and I was like, what's going on? And I saw the water on the floor, and I was like, oh goodness, what's going on? And then Antonio had came upstairs. Well, I'm gonna go back a little bit. I could hear him asking who did it. Who plugged the toilet up, and the kids were going back and forth. One was saying, they did it. The other was like, no, you did it. So it was just like back and forth, and then, going back to me getting up, going into the bathroom. I just was like, oh gosh, let's just get this. And I kind of was helping get the towels and was putting it down on the floor.
Okay. And was there a time that we understand that the bathroom is overflowing and there's water dripping through the ceiling on the level, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was there a time that Mr. Williams came back upstairs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then tell us what took place from there.
And then he was like, what's going on? And then he was gonna discipline him, and I intervened.
And tell us specifically what happened.
they were just going back and forth. And I just was like, Antonio, what's going on? And he was like, the ceiling is leaking. I asked him to get the water up. And then I was just like, because I didn't know what was going on prior to, I was just like, well, okay, well, no, this, don't spank them. And then I just intervened and just told him not to spank them.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Williams get into a physical altercation at that time in front of the children?
No, I just was, well, not so much of an altercation, but I just was kind of like stepping in front of him and I wouldn't let him whoop him.
Okay. And did he have anything in his hands or with him to spank them with?
It's like a switch.
Okay. Did you rip his shirt in the process of you telling him not to whoop the children?
I pulled his arm and I did rip his shirt. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he ever place his hands upon you in any way in front of the children?
No, he just was telling me to get out the way.
Okay. And did he spank the children on that day?
No, he did not.
Okay. And afterward, did you all go to the Waffle House?
I didn't go to the Waffle House. I stayed home because I had to go to work.
Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I didn't want to cut you off. You were just saying they went to the Waffle House alone?
Yeah, I didn't even know that they had went to the Waffle House, but he told me that they had went to the Waffle House and they talked.
Okay. Did you see, after spending that weekend with Trinity, did you see any bruises on her arms, not the cutting from the self-harm, but any other bruises on her body or her arm?
No, ma'am, I didn't see any bruises.
And did she have on a short sleeve shirt such that you could have seen any bruises?
Yeah, she had a t-shirt on.
Okay. And by t-shirt, is it short sleeve or is it like a halter top?
Short sleeve.
Okay. Have you ever seen Mr. Williams strangle the children or choke the children?
Oh, no.
Have you ever seen Mr. Williams pick up the children by their necks and hold them in the air such that their feet are dangling?
Absolutely not.
Did you speak to Miss Jackson on that following April 17th or April 18th?
She called me that same day. That's how she actually was the one that told me they went to go eat. She didn't say Waffle House, but she said they went to go eat.
Okay. And would you be amenable to any safety plan that would be incorporated?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Would you participate in any safety plan that the Department of Family and Children Services were to enter into this program, this case?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking at my notes. I think that's all I have in this witness. Are you aware of Miss Jackson calling over Mr. Williams to her home to discipline the children, to spank the children specifically?
She's asked several times.
Okay, that's all I have for this witness.
Do you have any questions for Miss Williams?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you ask me and then I'm gonna ask her, okay? Just so.
When she mentioned that she came back to the restaurant and she noticed Trinity was crying, but she asked her, did she get a whooping? And Trinity said no. Did she ask her what was the reason why she was crying?
I clicked a button, the wrong one. I'm sorry. Hi, pizza guy or pizza man? Pizza man. I'm sorry. That's probably important to you, pizza man. Welcome, pizza man, to my kitchen. We are watching a pretty heavy case tonight. Please come back another night if this isn't your thing. But also, if this is your thing, welcome, buddy. You've met your people. Somebody in the chat just asked what a switch was. Well, I believe it is a slightly springy branch or stick taken from a tree or plant that is used to inflict pain. What I would think of it would be like a bamboo sort of stake, like, a garden stake, but I think that might be a little too thick and hard. But I've never been hit with a switch as a child. So I don't know. Also, I'm from Canada.
Okay, did you ask Trinity why she was crying that day when she denied that she had been whooped?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said she had got in trouble because she dropped some potatoes.
Okay. Anything else, Miss Jackson?
And when I called her when he dropped the kids off, I spoke with her with my concerns. And she told me what happened and she intervened and
Okay, don't testify.
okay.
Make it a question.
When I asked her what happened and she told me, the parts that she was privy to, did she also mention, she understood my concerns?
Did you, Miss Williams, when you spoke with Miss Jackson that day, did you also say that you understood Miss Jackson's concerns?
Yes, I said as a mother, I get it.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, Miss Jackson?
That's it.
Okay. All right, Miss Hawkins, anything else?
Yeah, just one follow up. When you said as a mother, I get it. What does that mean?
She was just she said that she didn't understand why she would be getting in trouble or getting a whooping for it. When she mentioned the potatoes, when she said something about getting a whooping for the potatoes, and I was just being sympathetic as a mother because I didn't always whoop my boys or spank my boys. So, when she was just saying that, do you understand how I feel? And I said, yeah, as a mother, I get it. That was just a general and speaking of as a mother. I don't want my children to get whoopings either or spankings, but they did.
Mm-hmm. I understand. Thank you.
All right. I don't think we have anything else for this witness, so thank you for being here, ma'am.
You're welcome.
You're excused.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, Miss Hawkins.
All right, I call Antonio Williams.
All right, go ahead.
God, I'm sorry. I need got some child care. If I could just have 2 minutes, please.
Sure.
Thank you kindly.
Okay, so they're taking a 2-minute break while I don't really know what she's doing for 2 minutes, but
Would have been the Saturday of
hold on, lady.
Mr. Williams, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And please state your name for the court, please.
Antonio Williams, Senior.
Okay. How many, these Trey and Trinity are your children, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How many children do you have altogether?
8.
And are they your young?
Yeah, they're my youngest. Majority of my kids are already grown.
Okay.
Did he say 8 kids? Oh my God. Oh my God. Med check, med check, med check. Line up, single file, no pushing. You're very right. That is the way I see it. Also, for those of you who are new here, between Coffee and Sleep and also Pizza Guy, there are a few channels you must sub to. This is sort of a creators area. I like to think of that. That's what I've decided. So lots of court channel creators hang out here. That is the way I see it. Is another one of those whose channels you must check out. And we're always helping support new creators here. So we also had Tommy, was it Tommy V and MI? I think that's what it is. Tommy V and MI. Also time served, obviously. And Credence and Mikey. And looking at legal stuff. Those Tommy V and MI, yeah. Those are my channels. Those are my people. Those are where I am most of the day, hanging out with these cool folks that go all the way around looking at legal stuff. So honestly, if you go to my channel and you look at the top, I've listed all of the ones that I think are important right at the top, and you should sub to all of those guys because they are top quality shit. That's the truth of that matter. Uh, okay, let's get going.
Okay. Let's just get right to what happened on April the 15th. This would have been the Saturday of April. You all were in the restaurant. Tell the court what took place when you all were in the restaurant.
All right. Every Saturday, when the kids are with me, we go to the restaurant and we work as a family. And the reason why I have us work as a family is because I'm trying to start generational wealth for my kids. So when I'm away from this earth,
Yes, Law Talk with Mike as well, Crystal. But if Law Talk with Mike needs my help getting people, Law Talk with Mike might have a problem. I'm just kidding. I love I love all the law channels. I'm just laughing. He's not exactly what I would think of as a small creator.
they have something to rely on for finances. I teach them skillful things that they can use to carry on in their life. You know, they can use and maybe sometime make some money or something. But on that Saturday, when we woke up, I noticed like Trinity was already in a bad mood, which is she always on every Saturday because no kid wants to get up and go to work on Saturday. You know, you've been to school all week, you just want to sleep in and rest. I know that's how it was when I was little. You know, my granddad and my grandma woke me up on Saturdays. I didn't want to work, but I, I had to. But Saturday, we was working. And all that day, I noticed like she was dragging along, and I was like, "Baby girl, you need to go and get yourself together." I said, "Why don't you go in the back and get yourself together?" She did it. Matter of fact, I sent her back a couple of times, but she had an attitude. And my daughter always have an attitude when she don't want to do something that you ask her to do, or she feel like that she don't have to do it. Um, I when she dropped the potatoes, I asked Trey to bring me my shoes because my feet was aching. I already had been on my feet previous the day before. So he brought me my Crocs and I told him to bring me my belt. When he brought me my belt, I set it on the window ledge. I never ever swung at Trinity. I don't understand where she get these bruises from and these whips because I never touched a Saturday. I never touched a Sunday.
Okay, so let me stop you there. You've heard Miss Jackson, you've heard Miss Adams say that Trinity said that you hit her twice on the arm with the belt. You heard them say that, right?
I heard them say that.
Did you hit Trinity with a belt or otherwise on
Saturday? That's the disturbing part because she told them that I touched her and I didn't touch her.
Okay. But you don't.
I don't have a problem. I don't have a reason to lie because I use all forms. I use all kind of forms of discipline. But when I spank them, I don't hide it. I don't have, you know what I'm saying, because I have nothing to hide. Because, like I said, I got 8 kids. I do not have a paper trail of abuse of none of my kids. If I was this monster they say I am, and this person that this won't be the first time that I did it. If this is the type of person that I am.
Right. So let's back up and get a few things established. You do use what the law calls corporal punishment, what I'll call spanking, to discipline your children, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that look like for you? If you were going to give them a spanking, what does that mean in your household?
Okay, if I give them a spanking, usually they just get like 3 licks. I tell them to lay on their stomach and face the wall, and I spank them on their bottoms with their clothes on. Clothes off. First of all, I have a problem.
Let me pause you there. Yeah. So, have you ever spanked any of your children with their clothing off?
Never.
Have you ever spanked any of your children only in their underwear?
Never.
Okay. Now, what is that? Just because you have an objection to that? Tell me why.
I'm gonna tell you why. It's because when I was young, I used to see my friends them get abused, and I had a big falling out about that. I never wanted to do that. I saw it firsthand. Sometimes when you see something when you're young, it can traumatize you when you get older. And I just know that I never ever did that.
Okay.
I can't do that. My morals won't let me do that.
Okay. You saw the pictures of Trinity's legs that her grandmother said were her legs and that she took those pictures. Have you ever hit Trinity on the inside of her thigh?
Never. I can't. It's hard for me to see my, like you might accidentally walk into the room and try to give something. It's hard for me to watch my daughter change very more of me whooping her with her clothes. I have a problem with that. I can't do that.
And so have you ever whooped Trinity using a belt on her arm?
Yep. When I tell them to whoop, when I say it's time for a whooping, they usually lay across their bed and I give them 3 licks on their behind.
Okay.
With their clothes on.
Okay.
I even had Trey one time, he put on about 5 pair of clothes, pants. I thought it was very funny.
Mm-hmm.
But, I gave him 3 licks and it was it. I was through.
Okay. Have you ever noticed like those bruises that you saw the pictures of Trinity's legs? Have you ever seen her legs with those bruises on them?
When I seen those pictures, I was overwhelmed because, first of all, that ain't me. Second of all, my mom didn't call me.
The judge's expressions are gold coming up here, and there's a few words that he mispronounces coming up that the judge just can't handle. And I remember watching it first and just laughing a little bit. Yeah, watch the judge. Watch the judge.
Whoever took the pictures, why they didn't call me?
Mm-hmm.
Because if it's an issue, I'm very affirmative about addressing issues.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody ever reached out to me.
Speaking of reaching out to you, does Miss Jackson reach out to you to discipline your children?
Yes, one incident Trent got caught. Calvin caught Trent on a website.
Now, let's pause here to get the characters, the people right for the court. Calvin is Miss Jackson's husband, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you called Trinity Trent.
I called Trinity Trent, yes.
Got it. Okay, so go ahead, please.
Calvin caught her on the phone doing porn, and they called me over for discipline. They always call me for discipline. I at one point, me and my wife asked them to quit calling me all the time because it makes me look like the bad guy in the sights of my kids. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't have no control of the kids. They called me for discipline, so I came over there. We talked about it as a family. All of us did in the front room, and then I went to the back and I whipped her at their house in front of them. Well, it was in the other room. And then once I got through, I left. Miss Cindy, she was working from home at the time. And we talked. I said, if y'all have any more problems or whatever, you just give me a call. And I left, and that was it.
Okay. Now, the week before April the 16th and April the 15th, did Miss Jackson bring you the children and ask you to discipline them again at your workplace?
Well, she pulled up. What it was is the kids had a function at the church, and they had to be there early. So she was bringing them. They had committed to it the following Sunday. So she was dropping them off that Saturday. She was gonna drop them off later, but Trinity and her got into it, and she said Trinity was being disrespectful, so she dropped them off earlier. And when she pulled up, she was like, Tell your dad what you did. And she told me, and she said, why y'all disrespect me, but y'all don't even have the nerve to disrespect him. Y'all give him respect, but y'all don't respect me. And I listened to what they had to say, and I got in their butt because I was like, y'all don't disrespect me, don't disrespect your mom.
Now, when
No
you say you got in
altercation,
there,
no spanking. It was just verbal talking. That's it.
okay,
And
okay.
then I told them, I said, apologize to your mom, and I said, give her a kiss. And that's what they did.
Okay. Now, what is your profession, Mr. Williams?
I'm a chef.
Okay. And you own a restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have your children 1 week on, 1 week off, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What days do the children come in and work with you in the restaurant, as you were describing earlier?
Only on Saturdays. Sundays, they go to church. As soon as they get out of church Sunday, they calling her to pick them up. She's picking them up within an hour or two. That's it.
Okay. And you are
They don't work none during the week, only on Saturdays.
Okay, only on Saturdays. Okay. And do you happen to know if Miss Jackson physically disciplines the children?
Well, she calls me all the time. She be like, you need to talk to your MF daughter before I knock her the hell out. And I be like, Sydney, you can't do that, baby girl. You just but yeah, she'll call me FaceTime and talk to them.
Mr. Williams, I want to be clear. I'm asking you, has Miss Jackson ever physically disciplined the children? Has she spanked them? Has she whooped them?
Yeah, she has.
Okay. Just once, more than once?
She whooped them a lot of times.
And what tools does she use when she does the spanking?
From my understanding, she said she was gonna knock out with her fist, and I told her you can't use your fist. You gotta use a belt or something.
Okay. You saw in the petition that the children allege that you lifted, it looks like Trinity here, but we'll talk about Trinity and Trey, that you lifted them out of the air by their necks and strangled them. Is that something that has ever happened?
Very hilarious. What man would grab a child by the neck and commits harm? What man? What man in his right mind? Because I'm very in my right mind. I ain't never did it to my other kids, so why would I do it to them?
And so you've never done anything like that?
Never.
Have you ever choked them? Have you ever placed your hands
Never.
on their neck?
Choking my kids? No.
Do you happen to know if Mr. Jackson uses physical discipline on the children by spanking?
At first, it was a problem because Trinity was disrespecting Calvin a lot. And they said the reason why she disrespects him is because I said in front of her that he could never put hands on my children. And I did say that. But later on, I came back to him personally because she was messing up in tutoring class.
Ugh. This makes me even more mad and sick. She's messing up in tutoring class. So what, you beat her? You guys gotta fucking just be better. Like, be better. That's it. You know, I asked my daughter to be better. The reason there are beavers over them is only to protect the child in this case. This child is 14 years old. They have made some pretty horrendous accusations and assertions about the child's behavior and some very personal things that she's going through. And while I have explained this already, I'll explain it again for anybody that's just joining us. I've decided that for me to feel comfortable showing this today, I wanted to cover up both of the parents so that nobody happened upon them and put two and two together about who they're talking about. When it's young children, you know, the time difference between them finding something like this down the line is a lot bigger. than with a 14-year-old who might, never, I just don't like it. So I am protecting the child, unfortunately, having to do so by covering up both parents who probably should be shown here and explain themselves a little bit better, but I'm doing it as my own way of beaver buffer for these kids, or this kid, in fact. And but again, I think it's an important case to watch because it has so many different things going on in it, and there are just ways that we can learn. Again, like, just remember this for yourself the next time you're in a moment with your child and you have anger, just take a deep breath and remember this and go, I can do better than that. And you can, I know you can. So that if that happens to one person or even me the next time this happens, then that's done its job. But I literally labeled this. I don't think you guys can see it, but the name of the yeah, the I labeled it upsetting TPO. That's what I labeled it. So anyways, let's continue on. We're not even close to done, unfortunately, but let's get her done.
And just acting a clown, and he didn't like it. And I told him, I said, I pulled her out of tutoring class just to let her know that you can't do this. And I gave Mr. Jackson permission to spank her.
Okay.
He took his belt off. He hit her one time, and that was it.
Okay, and he did that in front of you.
Yeah, we was at their house.
Okay. Those pictures that were shown, you've never seen those pictures, have you?
Never. This was the first time I ever seen it.
Okay. Have you been advised about Trinity and any self-harm that she's doing?
Well, her teacher called me. A teacher called me and said she was having a conversation with Trinity.
Objection, hearsay.
Self-harm. And she asked me did I know anything about it, and I didn't know anything about it. So
rank hearsay. Come on. The judge is like, this is pushing it. This is ridiculous. This is absolute rank hearsay.
As soon as I got off the phone with the teacher, I immediately called Miss Jackson, and I said, Cindy, I just got off the phone with the teacher about Trinity causing self-harm, and she told me she was gonna cut herself. He says, boy, don't pay that no attention. She was at mama house looking at some movie where this girl was cutting her wrist, and that's where she got that from. I said, oh, I didn't even know that.
Okay. Did you observe any cuts or slices on any of Trinity's body?
No, ma'am. I never looked. After the teacher told me, I never looked. I should have looked, but I didn't. And I apologize.
Okay. They say here that after the incident, the alleged violence on 4/16 and 4/15, that Trinity had bruises on her arm. So we haven't talked about Sunday yet, but I want to fast forward a bit. Did you all go to Waffle House to end your parenting time on Sunday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What kind of clothing did Trinity have on?
She had what it is they put on a certain type of clothes to go to their mom's house, and vice versa when they come here. It was a short sleeve.
Okay.
She had some jogging pants on.
Okay.
And that was it.
And you all were at Waffle House, I'm imagining, in the booth, sitting across from each other, sitting next to each other?
Yes, ma'am. We was in the booth.
Did you notice any bruises on Trinity's arms?
No, not whatsoever. Because if I would have seen a bruise, I would have asked her. You know what I'm saying? But I did notice something. The reason why I took them to the Waffle House is because, first of all, we didn't eat none that day. So we neither one of us had none on our stomach. So we went there. But also the main thing was to talk. And the main thing is to talk about the incident and how it went down, so we won't go through that incident again. And basically, it was never based on she clogged up a toilet, because she clogged up the toilet many times before that.
Okay.
It was that she was in a bad mood that week, and she was blaming everything on Trey.
Okay. So now we're talking about what took place on Wait, Mr. Williams, I want to just be clear. Now we're talking about what took place on April the 16th on that Sunday.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so go ahead and tell the court what happened.
And what it was is it was never behind the toilet. They didn't clog the toilet up 4 or 5 times, probably more than that, and we never spanked them. We never talked about spanking them. I was getting on Trinity because that whole week she was being very what are the words I'm looking for? She was very not, I ain't gonna say being disrespectful. She didn't want to abide by any rules. So that whole weekend she was just being difficult, and she lied on Trey. And I said, "Why did you lie on Trey?" And she just looked at me. She said, "I don't know."
Okay, and then what happened?
And then I told them to go back upstairs because at first what it was, I was downstairs cooking, and I noticed out of my parenthia some water dripping, and I looked up and I seen it, and then I just kept looking. Then I grabbed a seat, stepped in, and I put my hand on it, and soon.
We got to go back a moment and just watch the judge here very closely, guys. What did he say? Let's see here, because she's just watched the judge's face.
What happened?
And then I told them to go back upstairs because at first what it was, I was downstairs cooking, and I noticed out of my parenthia some water dripping, and I looked.
Parinthium. I think he means peripheral view, but he said periphrenium. The judge is just like, like, what do you think the court reporter wrote down? Yeah. There's another one coming up where he talks about the daughter wanting to, I believe he's talking about emancipate, but whatever the word he says is just, again, not a word. And yeah, watch the judge on that one too. But yeah, let's just watch one last time.
At first what it was, I was downstairs cooking, and I noticed out of my parenthia some water dripping, and I looked up and I seen it, and then I just kept looking. Then I grabbed a seat, stepped in, and I put my hand on it. As soon as I touched my hand on the ceiling, water just started gushing down.
Okay.
So then I went upstairs. I said, "What's going on?" And they said, "It overflowed." I said, "You need to get this together." And I went back downstairs because I had some on the stove. I never forget it because I didn't want to burn it. And I asked them to come down, and they explained to me what went on. I said, "Well, y'all got 5 minutes to get up there and get that stuff clean." They went upstairs. I noticed the ceiling was leaking even more, and I went to the bottom of the stairs and I yelled upstairs. I said, "Y'all need to hurry up and get that done because it's still leaking." By that time, I went back and I looked at the ceiling again, and the ceiling still was leaking. I ran upstairs. When I went upstairs, I had a switch in my hand. And I went up there, and I said, "What's going on?" That time, Penny was there. Penny is Miss LaRonda. We call her name is LaRonda, but we call her Penny for short.
Okay, that's your wife. Got it.
And she said, "I'm not going to let you whoop these kids." And I'm like, what are you talking about? I said, "Step to the side." And she said, no. And she grabbed the switch.
Let's just slow clap for Penny. Slow clap for Penny, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Penny, for being the only person in these children's lives at this point who has fucking stepped in between the man. What kind of man has to grab a switch to take care of a 14-year-old girl? Grow up. Grow a pair of balls, dude. You don't got any. Yeah, his perineum, he certainly has one. Seriously, I have no respect. You like come at me. I would love to take somebody on like that and just show them that you can hit all you want. It doesn't make you big and strong. It actually makes you weak and nothing. And that's what's the saddest part about you is, sir, is that you're a weak little man. And if you think you're portraying strength, you're not. You're nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Explain to me like how big is the switch? How long is it?
Oh, switch, I mean, it's real thin. It's probably like, it ain't even longer than my arm.
Okay, so go ahead. Penny was saying, I'm not going to let you spank the kid.
You know what I'm saying? She thought that I was angry behind. She said they clogged up the toilet. I said, baby, I'm not finna spank her because she clogged up the toilet. I'm spanking her because she's been defiant all week, and she lied on Trey.
Okay. Did you spank Trinity on
No, I
Sunday?
didn't ever touch her because Penny stepped in. Penny took the switch from me. We went to the she grabbed the switch and went in the hallway, falling behind me, and I went downstairs, and that was it. And then I think 15 minutes later, I yelled upstairs. I said, y'all need to get y'all clothes on. I'm finna drop y'all off. And they got their clothes on, and that's when I decided, well, we're gonna go to the Waffle House. We're gonna discuss this like a family and get. I just want to get to the bottom of why she been defiant. And she explained to me that she wasn't in the mood this week, and she didn't feel like that she should have to work. And I explained to her the rules of working and why am I making her work. I'm not just making her work to work. I'm trying to teach her some morals so that when she get older, she'll just know how to work, because I don't want her to be reluctant to the streets of anything, you know?
Right. We heard some testimony that Trinity urinated on herself on Saturday at the restaurant. Did you notice that she urinated on herself on Saturday at the restaurant?
I didn't notice it until Penny came back. I mean, Miss LaRonna, I gotta quit saying Penny.
Well, Penny's fine. We know who you're talking about. Yeah.
When LaRonna came back.
Well, let me just pause you there. So does Trinity pee on herself?
A lot. Like this is Trinity MO. Like when she get to crying, the second thing is she's pee coming behind.
Now, does she have a medical condition that causes her to urinate on herself?
Well, my mom told me, the doctor said her bladder, she has a weak bladder. And I can believe that because weak bladder runs in my family. So understand that. But yeah, this ain't the first time Trinity pees. Sometimes she do it just to get out of trouble.
Okay.
So I'm gonna say go change your clothes and that's it. And then I let it go.
Okay, so she doesn't get in trouble for peeing on herself.
Nah, she don't get in trouble for peeing.
Okay. On this particular time on Saturday, did she pee as a result of anything that you did to her?
I didn't even know Trini had peed until LaRonna came back and told me she peed. I told her to go to the back and get herself together. She was in the back, and like when I say back, I mean the back bathroom in the back.
Sure. No, I understand that. Are you asking that the court? Well, let me ask you this: are you able to parent your children without physically disciplining them, without spanking them, without whooping them?
No problem. Yes.
Are you willing to cooperate with the Department of Family and Children Services, Miss? I forgot her name, but
yeah, because I reached out to her. When I reached out to her was
Miss Adams.
Miss Adams, that's her name, Ashley Adams. Ashley Adams. I can't forget that because my daughter name is Ashley. But I reached out. I went online and I seen where it was it said DeKalb defects. So it was a number on there. I called the number. When I called the number, it was after hours. So I directly.
I can understand that, Mr. Williams. I just want to be clear. You have an appointment with her tomorrow at 1:00, right?
No problem. I have no problem with that.
Fantastic. I think that's all I have, Your Honor. Just let me check my notes. Oh, are you asking the court to dismiss this temporary order of protection against your children?
Yes, ma'am. I miss my babies. I love them with all my heart. It's been hard these last few weeks without them. I go to their room on a constantly basis, and I just look at their things. I want them back ASAP.
Do you think that, tell me what your impression is about why this family violence petition was filed?
To be honest with you, when we had our divorce, Miss Jackson never was really didn't like the way everything went down. And that's kind of understandable because, when I was growing up, kids are always with their mother. You never seen them with the dad, or the dad the dad had more custody than the other parent. I think that she was bitter behind it. I think that my daughter don't like coming to my house at times because I make you accountable for your actions. At their mama house, they do a lot of they have a lot of technology and stuff. When they come to my house, I put the technology down. We're gonna open up the books. We're gonna work on your reading skills. We're gonna work on your writing skills. My mom said that I don't spend enough time with them. But what's your definition of time? Going out of town or me? I feel like if I take them to a park, if I take them to an amusement park, that's the same thing. I shouldn't have to go out of town and prove to my kids that I love them or show them that, you know what I'm saying, I want to spend time. I spend time different.
Are you a harm or threat to your children, Mr. Williams?
Never. I'm not a harm to a fly.
And were you instrumental in incorporating Trinity's 504 and IEP plan?
Believe it or not, I listened to Ms. Jackson. She claims she put it in place, but you can ask Mr. Weaver at her school. I consistent stayed down there and make sure she got it because I felt like DeKalb County was dropping the ball.
Okay. And let me just ask this question, Mr. Williams. Are you also the final decision maker for education for your children?
Yeah, I'm in the award. Well, when we got divorced, the award was the dad has the final decision in education and extracurricular activities, and the mothers has the final decision when it comes to medical and religion.
Okay. I think that's all I have for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
All right, thank you. Ms. Jackson, do you have any questions you want me to ask Mr. Williams?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right. If the parties don't have any objection, I think I'd like to talk to Trinity briefly in camera. I'll keep it short. And like I said, I'm not mean, and I smile a lot when I'm talking to kids. So I know I haven't smiled a lot during this hearing, but okay. Does anyone have any objection to me speaking with her in a breakout room?
And would you be speaking with her alone, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will lean on Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, do you have an objection to the judge speaking to Trinity alone in her chamber?
No.
All right. So Miss Jackson, I'd like to speak with Trinity alone. So that means I'd like you to step out of the room. And then when I'm done and we come out of the breakout room, I'll tell her to go get you. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. And Miss Goodman, I guess we'll wait for Trinity to come and then I'll explain to her what's going to happen and then we'll go into the breakout room. I spoke to Trinity and
Okay, guys, so we've just jumped ahead from the in-camera meeting that the judge just had with Trinity. As a reminder, in-camera means, funny enough, out of camera and out of the way of the proceedings. So it was in private with the judge without either of her parents there. Although, to be fair, I'm sure her mother was close by watching or listening in the house. I know I'm doing my best to hide them. It's not imperative that their faces aren't ever shown, but I'm doing my best. Um, let's continue on and listen to the judge's ruling here and see what happens. Right now would be a good time to go ahead and get your votes in if you think that this TPO will be granted or not. You can put 1 in the chat for granted, 2 in the chat for no, 3 in the chat for I don't know or I don't care. Let's see those votes in the chat, folks. 1 for granted, 2 for no, and 3 for I don't care or I don't know.
I explained to her why we were doing it that way. I mean, she was willing to talk in front of everybody, but I told her parents decided it was in her best interest to not testify, broadcast on the internet, and all of that. So, she, to let you know, I mean, she confirmed the allegations that were in the petition, and including the belt and at the restaurant, having peed afterwards, in the bathroom with the switch. She talked about that. She explained that there have been 2 or 3 times where she's been the dad has put his hand on her throat and choked her. One time was after she got whooped, and then she got choked and held up against the wall. And then she said she had a hard time getting her breath after that, and still has a little bit of a hard time breathing. She said that, like I said, she said that that's happened about 2 or 3 times. She explained that whoopings are sometimes she knows it's going to happen and she lays down and it's anywhere on the backside of her body. She has to take off her glasses so they don't get broken because she's laying down. And then sometimes it might be a surprise whooping wherever it might have occurred where, something has to happen. She confirms she does get bruises sometimes from her dad, and it has taken a toll on her physically, mentally. She expressed some of the concerns that the parents have concerns about, what's going on with her. And she said she is afraid to go back to see her dad. So that is what she told me. All right. I guess I can let you all. I feel like I've heard a lot. We've been going for about 3 hours, I think. So I don't know if anyone just wants to do their closings now, or if anyone feels like there's any testimony that's further needed.
I find it, first of all,
I take the cue that Mr. Williams wants me to put him back on the stand.
Yeah. I didn't know you was here. I thought you were gone.
Me?
I didn't see you.
Oh, no, I'm still here.
Ms. Hawkins, please go ahead. I do have one more case.
Okay. Mr. Williams, you heard what the judge said after she spoke with Trinity. Do you have any response to that?
Yes, I do. It's sad to say that I don't know if I say anything that can help me or harm me, because in this matter, I feel like the kid's been coached against me from day one. 2 years ago, she came at me talking about she wanted to do a passamation where she divorced the parents. And I asked her, where you get that from, baby girl? And she didn't tell me where she got it from, but I find it ironic you can talk about that and know about that, but you don't know anything about your lesson or your schoolwork. I just find like this is real ironic. Um,
Are these allegations surprising and shocking to you?
yeah, they are very. I mean, it's like I'm doing everything right now not to break down. I'm trying to hold a poker face for not showing my true emotions of crying. But I'm very, very hurt on the inside behind the allegations Miss Jackson is sitting up here pleading to the court about. Um, I'm looking like I'm a monster. Let's just keep it real. I look like when you look at this situation, I look like a monster. And I know that I'm far from a monster by far. I don't know what to say to make the courts believe that I wouldn't do these things to my kids. My daughter weigh over 200 pounds. How can I pick her up? I can barely pick up 50 pounds, let alone 200 pounds, and have her dangling in the air.
You're such a piece of shit, dude. You're such a piece of shit. You you can't pick up 50 pounds? Wow. What's wrong with you? You're a fucking liar. Sorry. I'm beyond done with this dude at this point right now. I'm I'm upset with the protectiveness of mom too, to be honest. The lawyer I think has just woefully underestimated what was happening here. And yeah. Your kids are out for summer tomorrow? Oh my God. We got way long before summer. End of June for summer for us. So, but yeah, this dude's a fucking piece of work.
This is ludicrous. I ain't never did this to none of my kids in the past. And I have a son that's dead and gone now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
All right. I'll let Miss Hawkins go first for closing argument, and then I'll hear from you, Miss Jackson, if you have anything
Oh
to
my
say
God, his
afterwards.
face right now, I want to show you guys so bad because he looks like he's trying to cry, but he actually just comes across as constipated.
Okay? Go ahead, Miss Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will be brief. I know the court has had a long day and you've got one other case. At the end of the day, Your Honor, I'm asking you to judge the credibility of these parties, particularly of Mr. Williams. I think that he is being very open and sincere with the court. He acknowledges that he spanks his children. He acknowledges that he didn't do it this time. And I have seen a lot of pictures of a lot of bruises. I'm sure Your Honor has seen more than I have.
I'll let Miss Hawkins go first for closing argument, and then I'll hear from you, Miss Jackson, if you have anything to say afterwards, because you have the burden of proof. Okay? Go ahead, Miss Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will be brief. I know the court has had a long day and you've got one other case. At the end of the day, Your Honor, I'm asking you to judge the credibility of these parties, particularly of Mr. Williams. I think that he is being very open and sincere with the court. He acknowledges that he spanks his children. He acknowledges that he didn't do it this time. And I have seen a lot of pictures of a lot of bruises. I'm sure Your Honor has seen more than I have. But when you think about what is being alleged, particularly the weekend of April the 15th and 16th, is that Mr. Williams runs a commercial kitchen. He runs a restaurant. And the allegation is that he whooped Trinity in the kitchen and was whooping her about her arm. And as a result of a whooping in a commercial kitchen space with a belt on the arm, that it left a bruise the size of somebody's pinky. It doesn't make any sense. I think that Trinity and listen, 14-year-old girls, they're going through things, and she's going through a lot. Everybody acknowledges that she's talking about self-harm, trying to self-harm, saying that she no longer wants to be here. And her dad he's hard on her. He holds her accountable, he makes her read. He's worked to do this 504 plan. And at her mom's house, she gets to relax. Miss Jackson even said they have different parenting styles. So does she want to go and stay with her mom more? Maybe. But that's another threshold outside of this court, and we're here to distinctly talk about family violence. If Trinity at the age of 14 could come back to her mom on the week of April the 16th and say, my dad hit me with a belt in the kitchen, then surely she would be able to say, my dad choked me. That was the most alarming concern for me, that he actually wrapped his hands around her neck and strangled her. They've been parenting like this for 6 years, and there's been no other TPO other than the one that Mr. Williams had against Miss Jackson until this very moment. The strangulation is extreme, and I pray that the court believed Mr. Williams when he said that never occurred. These children have received physical discipline. I don't think it's a bad idea, frankly, for everybody to stop whooping these kids. But is it an act of family violence pursuant to 1913-1? And I say no. And I think that the facts support that. Obviously, the incident that happened on Sunday, even in their own petition about the switch in the bathroom, it says in her petition that that he tried. I think that his wife, Miss Williams, and Mr. Williams, and maybe even Trinity, when you spoke with her, Your Honor, acknowledges that nothing happened in that space. Mr. Williams went to Waffle House with her the very next day, and she had on a short sleeve shirt. He never saw any bruises. His testimony is very credible about the fact that he would never ask his daughter to disrobe before a whooping. In fact, she describes a similar pattern of the spankings and what they look like than he did, further bolstering his credibility. I would imagine that they've got, these pictures of her legs. If there was this choking incident, which is the most extreme, then where are the pictures of that? I think this is Trinity not wanting to spend as much time or any time with her father, and this is how we're going about the process. I do not believe that Mr. Williams has committed any felony or battery or simple assault upon Trinity, and that's what the statute requires us to do. I also turn back to the case that I mentioned earlier, Bouchette versus Stimson, which is a 2003 case that held a mom, and she admitted that she open hand smacked her daughter across her face. I can't remember if there were any bruises in that case or not, but the court said that that's appropriate discipline, even though we may generally agree as laypersons what is and what is not too far. But both of these parties, including Miss Jackson's husband, have used the belt on the children. And the three allegations that we're here for today, Mr. Williams said it didn't happen. And when you think about the context, it makes sense that it didn't. I also would send to this court, I know that it's a hard decision to think about, well, what will happen if I say, no, nothing's going to happen today? Then where do we leave these parties? And where we leave them is in the hands of Department of Family and Children's Services. They have a safety plan already. There's another safety plan. There's a whole nother process that I know is not our business. But I would hope that it would give the court some relief, some comfort that these parties are not going to be forgotten about. This is Miss Jackson's week of parenting time. Even if this petition is dismissed as we're asking it to be, this is her week of parenting time. And Mrs. Adams is going to meet with Mr. Williams on tomorrow. He said before this court that he would, of course, be willing to not physically discipline his children. And I sympathize with Trinity saying that she's afraid of her father, but she's been going to her father's house 1 week on and 1 week off for the last 6 years. And before that, lived with him every single day. And she's obviously comfortable coming before this forum and talking about what happened, such that if her father laid his hands on her, she would surely report back, not just to her mother or her grandmother, but also Miss Adams and perhaps the police and other entities, including back to this court. And so what we're asking today is that the court dismiss this TPO pursuant to 1913-1, and that no act of family violence has occurred. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Ms. Jackson, you don't have to make a closing argument, but you can just kind of sum up. I think you can see what it is. It's not like relitigating everything, but if there's anything you want to specifically, say, you can.
I am glad that you took the time to speak with Trinity, because even they're making it seem that if she got a learning disability, she's capable enough to know right from wrong. and she's comfortable enough now to build up the strength to let us know what's been going on, because she never had that strength. And me as a parent, I want to advocate for her because she felt strong enough to tell me what's been going on, because I haven't always been privy to the details of what's been going on. She has told that to other people, but she finally confided in me and let her guard down, and I would be a bad parent not to bring it to the forefront, because if something, she leaves me and go back to her dad and she does something to herself, I will feel like a bad parent that I didn't step up and advocate for her. But I'm glad that you were able to speak with her and she was comfortable enough with telling you how she felt.
Okay. All right. All right. I know it's been a long hearing for you all, and this is all very emotional for everybody involved. The burden of proof in this case is preponderance of the evidence, and it's on the petitioner. And I am going to find that the petitioner has met her burden, and that acts of family violence have occurred against Trinity and Trey. I want to go ahead and jump to the end. I'm going to go over the order, but I want to jump to the end and let you know what's going to be the last part of the order. And it's going to be that there's an acknowledgement that there's a pending case, another case regarding a custody modification. Am I correct about that? I believe someone said that.
That's correct.
Okay. So, and I anticipate, I'm sure there will be a guardian ad litem appointed. And so I want to go ahead and say that this order is going to be, either party can file for a motion for modification if the custody case, there has been a determination or, something that goes against this order. Obviously you can file a motion for modification, or you all may decide in that case that needs to be dismissed, or the petitioner decides that. So I understand that there are other cases going on here, and a motion for modification can be filed in this case. I am dealing with a limited issue right now with what's before me. And I'm also finding that this order does need to be extended to prevent acts of family violence from occurring in the future. So this order will expire naturally on May 17th, 2024. If something, changes or it's not dismissed before then. Respondent is going to be ordered to stay away from Trinity and Trey and their residence in school, to stay away 100 yards away from them and to have no contact with them. I am going to put in the order that Miss Cindy Jackson has the temporary custody of the children. Mr. Williams will have to complete a 24-week family violence intervention program. As that, there will be a compliance hearing on June 9th before the court. And you meet with Mr. Ellis, our compliance officer, before you leave court today to get that information, sir. Also, because under federal law, respondents in a family violence protective order cannot possess or purchase a firearm or ammunition. So I said there, I will add in the order specifically that, any action in that custody matter or the family matter can be a reason. Obviously you all can file a motion to modify or whatever you need to do whenever you need to, but that's specifically that should be brought back before this court. So if that order is different than what I just said. So That is going to be the order of the court. I thank you all for being here today. Miss Cindy Jackson, you will get a copy of the order emailed to you. And Miss Hawkins, if you and Mr. Williams wouldn't mind speaking with Mr. Ellis in the breakout room for him to get some information about setting him up in the classes or giving him information.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, was it even messier, my crazy life? God. Am I gonna need to leave the beavers out again? I think the children are younger in the next one. I hope they do well in the next year. That is the way I see it. My prayers really do go out for Trinity and Trey. The judge talked to that girl. The judge, I just think she had already made up her mind after that. Yeah, they all said the same thing. The switch incident happened. So, okay, give me 2 seconds here while I switch it up to the next TPO. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, ladies and gents, let's get going with our last feature for this evening. I'm probably going to have to bring out Larry Beaver again to do some more beaver buffering, but we will see, we will see, we will see. Let's go. This poor judge, she had a rough day, guys. I mean, we sat through it too, but my gosh, she's had a rough day.
I do apologize. I saw her and I waited around. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Thank you, Your Honor. And no, I'll waive opening.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Green, what actually, I'm just going to swear you in. Mr. Green, if you could please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear? You need to unmute for me, sir. Sorry. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put your hand down. All right, Mr. Green. So I'm going to, because you don't have a lawyer, I'm going to ask you some questions to get you started here, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Green, how do you know Miss Sykes?
This is my baby's mother. We was together for 12 years.
Okay, were you ever married?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Did you all ever live together?
Yes.
About how long did you?
This is the petitioner is the gentleman down on the bottom below the judge right here. This is the respondent, and these are both respondent's lawyers. They are both for the respondent. I think one is probably a paralegal, but he does not have an attorney. She has what looks like two.
Did you live together?
Maybe 10 out of that 12.
10 out of the 12?
Yeah.
And Mr. Sykes, I want you to sit down. There we go. Thank you.
I was trying to find some. It was too much glare with the window.
That's fine. You're good. It makes the emotion sick. All right.
Okay.
So, you lived together about 10 out of the 12 years. Do you have a child together?
Yes, 2.
2 kids. How old are your kids?
10 and 4.
What's the 10-year-old's name?
Braylon.
Braylon. Is that your son or
Boy.
daughter?
Boy, son.
Okay. And what year was he born?
2013.
Okay. And your 4-year-old is
Bailey Green.
okay.
She's 4.
What year was she born?
2018.
Okay. And sir, have you legitimated the children?
You guys, Chirpy's back. Oh my God, Chirpy. This is a reminder to check your smoke detectors, ladies and gentlemen. Fire kills, and you can save lives. We should do bingo again soon. Maybe we'll do that this weekend.
Yes.
Okay. And when did that happen?
Maybe 2 years ago.
Okay, you went to court.
Yeah, I have a custody lawyer. I was trying to get him to be on this call, but I guess he was busy today because he was trying to help me be able to get my kids. But it's okay. But I guess he couldn't make it.
Okay. All right. So, why did you file this petition, sir? Seeking a protective order against Miss Sykes.
Right. Okay. So I'm on probation already because of a time where me and Miss Sykes got into it. I called the police, and when the police came, I had hit her computer, and basically they took me to jail for criminal trespassing. Ever since then, I've been on probation.
When did that happen?
That might have happened like 2019, 18.
You're still on probation in that case?
Yes, because of COVID. You know, COVID made the court cases delayed, and we literally just settled this. Like, well, I've been on probation since January. So.
Oh, I see what you mean. You never even went to court until January.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So anyway, besides, I'm trying to think where to start at. It's so much. Okay, so I'll start with the reason why she may be mad. Okay, we broke up 3 years ago.
I don't need to hear everything about the relationship, but I want to know why you're asking this court for protection.
Okay, the reason I'm asking for a TPO is because I'm already on probation, because of her. And she lied to the prosecutor at our last court case saying that I was in contact with her or scared her or threatened her at my son's soccer game, which isn't true. I've always had witnesses with me every time I went to my son's soccer games for that reason, because she's unpredictable. So she did that, and I told my lawyer and I told my probation officer, and they both told me you need to get a protective order, especially if she's lying. So right before that, there was a situation where my son, he was calling me for some reason, and I didn't answer. It was late at night. I was in a meeting, so I told him I'd call him back. I called him back that morning. By the time I was getting ready to call him back that morning, he had sent me a whole bunch of text messages. I knew he didn't send them because I had just dropped him off the day before that. So he was like, "You're a bad dad. I hate you." Like, just sending all this stuff I know he didn't send. So I called him that next day while he was in school when he wasn't around his mother, and I asked him, I'm like, "What's going on, Braylon? You know, blah, 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 blah." And he was like, "My mom woke me up early in the morning and made me send those text messages, and I have the proof when he sent me those messages. That's in the petition. I put all of the screenshots in the petition."
Okay. Now, is this something you submitted to the court?
Yes.
All right.
All of those screenshots are in there. I even have.
Madam Clerk, do you want to see if you can find exhibits in this case, please?
And I have everything already printed out too, and I have like screenshots.
Yes, I have them.
Okay, great. We have to do it we have to share a screen so everyone can see. Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready. Okay, so this is what are you saying this is, sir? These are screenshots.
Okay, so
Screenshots of things from your son or from
no, the one from Braylon. Let me see, where is it? Okay, the one from Braylon. Okay, the one from Braylon. This is her texting me from my son's phone, acting like him.
Okay, well, hang on a second. Let's jump
right there. And then it's that first message right there. And I said, call me now. That's after I seen, you see it says stop being lame.
Okay, hang on a second. Whoa. So you're saying the one that it says
Pablo, yes, that's his middle name.
So long. It's been such a long day. Okay.
That's his middle name, I'm sorry.
Okay, so Pablo, you're saying you got this from your son, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, hang on a second. Just a second. Ms. Robinson, any objection to this?
I do, Your Honor, because I'm not even sure how it can be authenticated. If the child is not here to say he sent it, and even furthermore, I'm not sure.
I have a video also.
Okay, whoa. So one thing I didn't explain about court is we do not talk over each other. I can talk over people if they're talking over other people, but no one is going to interrupt. So I'm going to hear from Ms. Robinson uninterrupted why she is objecting to this, and then I will ask you for a response if one is needed. Go ahead, Ms. Robinson.
I was going to further say, Your Honor, I'm not sure if he's saying that, number one, the child is not here to verify that it was sent from the child's phone. And secondly, he sounds like he's saying the child didn't even send it. My client sent it, but he wasn't.
No, he didn't send those messages. I'm sorry.
Mr. Green, I know this isn't natural and court is weird in procedure, but I will let you know the next time I want you to talk, okay?
Okay.
We're going to be here all night.
No, I just wanted to correct the situation because
I'm going to get back to you. I am deciding whether to admit this into evidence. We are not arguing right now about whether it's true or not, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Do not interrupt again, please. Ms. Robinson, you were saying what?
Basically, Your Honor, we have an authentication issue.
Okay. All right. I am going to, well, let me ask Mr. Green this. Mr. Green, did you make this screenshot from your phone?
Yes, I took this screenshot from my phone, yes.
Okay. And is this, is this a series of messages between you and your son's phone?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to admit it into evidence over objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I have a secondary objection.
And I can explain.
Mr. Green, now the attorney has another objection. Go ahead, Ms. Robinson.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, please forgive me because I think these were the exhibits that I was asking about this morning, so this is my first time seeing them.
Okay.
But this appears to be hearsay. It looks like a statement presented for the truth of the matter asserted where the witness is unavailable declarant.
This is crazy.
Okay. Mr. Green, hang on a second. Okay. All right. This is a 10-year-old child. Mr. Green?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Even if you're frustrated, you need to stay in the screen. Is your son available to testify?
I'm not sure. He's with her right now.
Okay. Well, that does make it difficult for you to present him as a witness. All right. I'm going to admit it over objection, but I understand what you're saying, Ms. Robinson. I'll need to wait. Now, Mr. Green, you can go ahead and finish telling me this. I'm going to admit this into evidence. Go ahead and tell me what you want to say.
Okay. So all of this, the whole reason I'm even telling you about these messages is because remember I told you he told me to call him. I called him that next morning. Before I got to call him, I had all these messages telling me I'm lame, etc. I said, call me now, and he called me while he was in school. At the end of school, when he was leaving school, he called me, and he was like, my mom made me send those messages, blah, 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 blah. And then he hung up, I guess because he was still in school. And then he texted me these messages. This is while he's at school. If you look at the timestamp, he's still at school. It's 3 o'clock. You get what I'm saying? So
Okay,
anyway.
I want to remember that we're here about acts of family violence, and you know.
No, I'm getting there, ma'am. I'm getting there.
Okay, go ahead.
So next thing, she's seen what he said. My mom made me do it, so I had to do it. She said, send whatever. I did not mean to say that. She made me take out my phone. That was in that was in the morning.
I'm sorry, objection, Your Honor. I'm not. Where's he reading from? I mean,
the first message
that's on the screen.
The first text on the screen.
Yes. Okay,
I'm sorry. I see it.
I'm about. Okay.
I'm sorry, Dad. I apologize for sending those. Please accept my apology. I love you and I miss you. I said, it's okay. I love you too. Call me if you need to. Call me before your mom picks you up. Okay, so his mom picks him up. There's another exhibit where his face has a red mark on it.
Let's try to find it.
There's another exhibit where his face has a mark on it, right there.
Okay. Did you take these pictures?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what day you took these pictures?
Yes, ma'am. The same exact day of this text message, January 24th.
All right. Is this the true and accurate representation of your son's?
Yes, and I took him to the hospital.
Okay, I know this is tough because we're just doing lawyer stuff and judge stuff right now. Ms. Robinson, do you have any objection to this picture being admitted, these pictures?
Your Honor, my only objection is to relevance because to my knowledge, Mr. Green is not seeking a TPO on behalf of the child. He's seeking a TPO on behalf of himself.
I'm still.
Okay, just a second, Mr. Green. All right. I understand what you're saying, Ms. Robinson. I'm going to allow it, but I understand what you're saying. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Green. What do you want to? So you took it. Again, this is not, you didn't file this petition on behalf of your son, so we need to get to where we're talking why you need protection.
No, okay? This is the whole, yes, this is all important.
Let's get there, though.
Right, this is all important because this just shows why she's upset. You get what I'm saying? To why she's doing all of this against me. So on January 27th, the DFACS went to Braylon School and spoke to him. And that's when they gave me temporary custody on January 27th. And if you read that, you can see that they gave me temporary custody because of his head and all of that. She was upset because I got DFACS involved. She literally acted like she didn't do anything. She was upset with me. You know, I can't.
Did you have temporary custody of your son?
I had him for 3 months.
And when did that end?
I'm not sure the exact date.
End of April?
But it was literally, yeah, like the end of right before his birthday. So it was like April 1st, maybe.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Green.
Okay, so this whole time I'm taking my son to his soccer games, soccer practices. Nothing's going on. You know, I always have a witness every single time I go to his games, just because, like I told you, she's unpredictable. So, from there, we have our
court
case.
Go ahead and turn. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. We can take down the exhibits. Thank you.
From there, I have my court case, where they would put me on probation, and my public defender, Miss Obiora, she tells me that Miss Sykes is trying to do anything to put me in jail.
Your Honor, you're saying.
Yes, ma'am, sir. That's telling us about somebody who's not going to be testifying at all. So
no,
I know, but that's called hearsay. So I know you're trying to tell us what your lawyer thinks is going on, but that's
no. She's talking directly to the prosecutor.
Okay. Sir,
I have text messages from her as well.
I know this is so hard because we have all these legal rules in court, but you can't talk about what someone told you who isn't here to say it themselves. Okay. You have to call people as witnesses.
Okay, well, okay.
Okay?
Yes.
You're telling me why you're okay. You're asking for protection.
Because I fear for my life.
Let me just cut to the chase here a little bit. You can.
I'm literally trying.
We're going to have you tell a lot more, but I want to ask you: has she ever threatened you with violence?
Yes, ma'am. There's a message on here where she threatened to shoot me. She threatened to shoot my friends. It's all in these messages. That's why I was trying to get there.
Let's pull them back up then, please. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, is it maybe the first page of text messages?
Okay, the first one, she says she's trying to send me to jail.
All right, hang on a second. Now, are these screenshots of text messages between that you got from the respondent?
Yes.
Okay. Any objection, Ms. Robinson?
Sorry, I was muted. One moment, Your Honor.
I know you need to read them. Look at these. So we're all, she's going to read over them, Mr. Green, and then we'll move forward. You can figure out where, if they're admitted, where you need to direct me to look at, okay?
There needs to be a foundation laid. Okay, it's time for a dramatic reading, guys. Hold on, I can read these on my end. Okay, give me 1 second here. I'm trying to figure out where it starts. There's some voice memos in there as well. Oh, fuck, Stephanie. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, I'm not even gonna read all of these things, but I'm gonna start. Apparently, it says, "You the same fucking loser that claim you don't have no money, but you taking yourself out to 5-star restaurants, but you can't even dine your kids like that. Haven't even bought your kids outfits since Christmas. But you know what? I don't even fucking matter. Just like you, a lot about the job, you gonna lie about your whole life, and none of your kids are gonna ever fucking love you. They already hate you as is, and you're gonna hate you, just like you hate your bum ass daddy who didn't raise you. Laugh my fucking ass off, a whole fucking cornball. A whole fucking loser, just like your family. You a dagger. A full blown FAGGOT. Long story short, I have nothing to hide. Take me to court so we can fix all this since you and your scamming lawyer played my children. You're not getting your kids until you fix this. When that day comes, tell your lawyer to reach mine because mine's very much ready. Oh, last thing, the threat you claim is not a threat. It's only for the police to arrive at your house to serve you since you ignored the police all last year at the last apartment you moved from. Let's get that clear. If I wanted you off, trust me when I say this, it can. But you're not worth it, my boy. Respectfully, I don't need to communicate with you at all since I've been respectfully telling you our children's expenses all last month. And I need you to goddamn know of it because I'm not that stupid. So you think you won? Oh no, my boy, you didn't. You're going to jail. And I'm going to make sure you rot in jail for a long time. Laugh my fucking ass off. A measly ass 260 for 2 kids. Crying laughing emoji. And you only get your kids 4 to 6 days out of the month. You a joke. Oh, and thank you. I have your apartment number. It's not going to be revealed here. Don't even think about it, lady. That's not how we do. That end part was me. But we don't dogs. Oh, I've already been demonetized tonight. No worries about that. This was never getting monetized.
Here it go.
Oh, I would love to do some voiceovers. I'm all into voice acting and audiobooks.
Your Honor, I want to ask my client if she recognizes these messages. I don't have any objection as to the content, but I just want to make sure that if he's saying these texts came from her, she's in agreement that these texts came from her.
Well, let me just say this. If she doesn't, that can go to the weight and you guys can argue about it. But
Okay.
he's saying that he got these from what he believes was her phone and okay. Any objection at this point?
No, yeah.
All right, we're gonna be admitted. Go ahead. Where's the threat, sir?
Okay, so there's a couple threats where she's threatening to shoot, and then
Where
there's
does
a
it
couple
say that?
threats.
I want you to look at the computer screen we're all looking at.
I don't think it did say that. I just read them. I do not think she said that she was going to shoot him. I think she said a lot of other things, but I did not recall reading that.
Right now.
Also, I think she was super mad about the $260 a month for child support.
Now, or the phone and show me where it is.
Okay.
And if we're not on the right page, you need to tell us.
No, it's not that one. It's
All right,
the
let's
one.
go to the next page.
It's the one that says examples and it's that one, yeah. And then
These are all different. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What are these people putting this shit on the internet for? Oh my God. We're gonna skip ahead. I don't even want this stuff on the screen. Oh my God. They leave it on for so long. Okay, fine. We're having to leave Larry up
there's
because
the last one to the right, and she says, "Please let your friends know that I shoot bitches now. I don't fight." And that was because my son lost his phone, and she just got upset with me, trying to threaten me. And I'm like, "Why are you getting upset with everybody?" Like,
All right, when were these text messages sent?
and then there was other messages.
Mr. Green, when were these text messages sent?
What's the date on this one? 1 second. I think it's September 7th.
September?
Yes.
Okay. When else, if, I don't know if she has, but has she ever threatened you? Are you saying she's threatened you any other time?
Yes, she's also told my best friend that she would shoot me. And then on some of these messages, she's also saying that, she's saying right here, she's saying that I'll send you to jail. I'll do whatever to send you to jail. So that's the safety that I'm talking.
When did she threaten to tell your best friend that she?
Okay, I'm gonna read this text. I think I need another Larry. Larry, calling another Larry, please. I need referee Larry here. Referee Larry. Thank you, Larry. I need you to stand right there so the other Larry can move over and we can show. What is this? Oh, yeah, Pizza Slut Larry. Pizza Slut Larry, could you move over just a titch? Because, just so you guys don't think I'm making it up in case anybody wants to check, but this is still keeping everybody safe. I'm going to read this dramatically yet again. No, Brandon, we will be sticking to the agreement to that judgment. Sorry, if you can't get them, then you'll wait till next week after next. And stop messaging me from other people, as I mentioned to your sister and will be mentioning to Bo. If they don't want to deal with the police reports, stop messaging me about you. If you can't communicate direct, that is a you problem, no one else's. Have a good day. So just to reiterate to you what you told me from this message, I'll be getting the kids on your weekend in September. And on it, I honestly, God expects you to buy Braylon a new phone, and it needs to be before he starts school next week. God expects that, okay? So you better call him, figure something out because he needs a new one. And yes, Braylon is responsible for losing it. So are you. Cam. What? Please let your friends know that I shoot bitches now. I don't fight. It's really simple to be a parent, Brandon. Oh God, I should have said pew pew. Or yeah, I guess. I don't know. This video is way gone. Anyways, provide a roof over their head. Make sure they're fed every day. Make sure they are taking care of every day. Make sure they are healthy. Make sure they're getting the proper education. Make sure you're giving your children love, spending time with your children on your own without anyone else's help. These messages don't even make sense. Like, these do sound like ramblings of a freaking whatever crazy person. It's not as long. I promise. It's not the videos. It said an hour 5. It's not. It's under that because there was some dead time at the end. So don't worry.
She would shoot you.
I don't have that screenshot in here. I'm not sure exactly when that was. I'm not sure the exact date.
Was it in September? Was it last year? Was it this year?
I think it might have been like around October, November.
And when was she threatening to send you to jail?
Okay, those are recent. I have all of those because I'm on probation now because of her. So now she's trying to do anything to, put me in jail. There it goes. Can you tell Brandon? This is when she was texting my aunt. She said, "Can you tell Brandon my son needs to be calling me daily if he doesn't follow
Wait a
with
second.
this?"
What are we looking at?
Examples.
You know we're looking at things and we're not.
It's the same. It's the same one all the way to the left. It says aunt at the top. When she's right before she sent the social security card.
I understand. It sounds like you guys were having some. Okay. Well, I'm not going to say that right now. Mr. Green, has she ever put her hands on you or?
Yes. Multiple times.
When did she do that?
Multiple times. The time where I went to jail. Both times.
So in 2019.
2019.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. How silly does that sound? The time I went to jail? What in that?
And it was another recent time where we was at a Target. And she said that I touched her, but she's the one that touched me first.
What month was that?
That was. When was that?
These poor children, too. Good God.
When was the Target incident?
Check your smoke detector.
Report. Hold on.
I'm just sort of looking for a month and year. That's.
Oh, actually, it was February 8th.
Of 2023?
Yeah, last year.
2022?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see her, Mr. Green? Are you like in her physical presence?
No, we don't have no contact with each other. I'm on probation. I'm not supposed to have no contact with her. And that's the reason I want to get the TPO, because it's like, what's the reason for you to lie and say that I'm doing all this stuff? Or what's the reason you don't want me to get a TPO if I'm this dangerous person that's doing all of this to you? You get what I'm saying?
Mr. Green, your probation is you're to have no contact with her. What about your son?
I can have contact with my kids.
And how does the criminal case lay that out? How are you to have contact with them? How do you see them?
It was supposed to be every other weekend, but she stopped letting me get them. So I haven't seen them since.
How do you get your kids?
I was picking them up from school. I would pick them up from school on Friday, the Friday that I get them, and I would drop them off to school that Monday.
Okay, and what do you mean you haven't been able to pick? You get there and they're already picked up? Is that what's happening?
No, she told me that I couldn't get my kids.
How is she communicating with you?
She's still texting my phone. You see, I'm not responding to her.
When did those text messages get sent?
I mean, all of these I'm not responding to her, except the ones with my son's phone when I'm talking to my son.
When were the text messages sent, Mr. Green?
I'm trying to find the dates. Okay, she sent one January 26th, the day after I got my son. Once DFAX took him and put him in my custody, that's when she sent the one where she threatened me about the police.
So let me tell you what I'm trying to figure out, Mr. Green. Since you don't have your son anymore in April, when you said you haven't been able to pick up your kid, I'm trying to figure out how that is happening. Are you going to pick up your kid as you're supposed to at the school and they're already picked up? How is that happening? That you're not
no,
seeing
she
your kids?
told me that I couldn't get them unless I meet her at a police station.
When did that happen?
She told me that the day that I got them, the day that she got them,
Okay.
the day that she got them back from DFAX, that's when she said, you cannot come get your kids anymore unless you meet me at the police station.
And what laid out how you were supposed to get your kids? The custody agreement?
My custody order, yes.
Okay. And so you didn't try to go to the school to get your kids anymore?
Okay, so I went to the school to talk to my son, and then I have another message in here where she says that I'm harassing. Where is it? Okay, today, 3/28, March 28th, Brandon Green ate lunch with Braylon Green at DeKalb Prep. That's on the PowerPoint where it says exactly what I told my son once I found out.
Are you saying she texted you that?
She texted me this from my son's phone, yes.
Okay, well, Mr. Green, I am.
It's the one that says exactly what I told my son once.
You idiot.
I found out she lied to the prosecutor.
I really just, I don't
Okay,
even...
right there. Today, 3/28. That was March 28th. And I also have my girlfriend here who's pregnant, who she reached out to and threatened, and she also reached out to her mother. That's another reason why I'm trying to get this TPO. If you need her to speak, she can. She's here. She can be a witness because she's been around all of this. She knows everything that's been going on. She's even been reached out to from this
Mr.
site.
Green, I am really struggling here to get a timeline, okay? So I need you to hang in there with me. I want you to hang in with me while I try to get clarity on this. Okay, so March 28th, you guys ate together.
Yes, I went to go see my son and let him know that his mom basically doesn't want me to get him. So I won't be seeing him until I go to court, until I figure this out. That's what I went to go let my son know, so he doesn't think, because she blocks them from their phone. She blocks me from their phone and makes them call me.
Okay, here's my question, Mr. Green. Are you telling me that you are unable to go pick up your children at school anymore? Has a court ordered you not to go pick up your kids at school?
No, ma'am, but in these text messages, she's threatening to send me to jail for harassing my children. So that makes me scared to go to the school or anything. You get what I'm saying?
No, I don't. So let me look at this.
I'm gonna say you could just read that message that she sent.
Yes, please stop talking.
Poor judge. She's like, dude, you need to shut the fuck up right now. He continues to make her mad, just so you guys know.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Green.
I mean, honestly, I don't know. I have my girlfriend here. If you want to speak to her, she's a witness as well. She's been reached out to from Ms. Sykes and threatened, and as well, do I have those messages in there when she reached out
Go
to
talk
her?
to your girlfriend about her testimony. If I don't, you can present her if you want, but I'm going to finish talking to you first.
Okay, that's fine. So the main reason is I'm fearing for my life. I have another child on the way. June 11th, he'll be here, and I don't want this woman to do anything or lie on me and send me to jail. That's the main reason why I'm here. She also threatened my baby mother, new baby on the way. I just don't want anything to happen. You know what I'm saying? Like,
All right, that's fine. Let me, well, actually, no, I need your witness to go in the other room, okay? And we can call her in a minute if you want to call her, but your witness needs to go in the other room.
Okay, that's fine.
Is she going in the other room?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the prosecutor, the respondent's attorney has some questions for you, I'm sure. She's going to ask them, okay? And then I may have some more questions for you. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Robinson. And do you want these exhibits up, Ms. Robinson, or do you want them down?
I guess I want them up. I just want to refer to each of them.
You can ask the clerk to move up and down.
Miss Clerk, can you go back to? I'm so sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Admittedly, I want to say it's exhibit number 1.
This is the one I did a dramatic reading of moments ago.
Exhibit number 2, maybe. Okay. Mr. Green, you said that Mrs. Sykes threatened you, but in the text message that you referenced, where you said she was talking about shooting, I saw in your petition where you said she threatened to shoot you and your friends. However, when I'm looking at the text message, I see where it says, and Madam Clerk, if you'll scroll over to the other side, my left, I think, no, my right. Please let your friends know I shoot bitches now. I am not seeing in this text message where she makes any threat of harm to you specifically. Could you please point out where that takes place? You're muted, sir.
It's not in this exact text message. I don't have the exact screenshot where she threatened me as well, but she definitely told my friend that she would shoot me. I just didn't print that screenshot up. Let me see. There's just so much that I was trying to screenshot.
Yeah, I actually don't think I have any other questions for Mr. Green.
All right, Mr. Green. Oops, popped off screen. Mr. Green, do you want to present your girlfriend as a witness?
Yes.
All right, just call her in, and I don't want you to tell her what to say. You can stay there and listen to her, though. Maybe
I'm not. I mean, everything.
I'm not here for her.
Jonathan, what was that? What was it? What was the person's name? Sweetie Poo from that really long case that we did. Oh my God. You guys know the one I'm talking about. The AK neighbor case with the Airbnb. And he called his wife as a witness and he called her Sweetie too many times. Was it Sweetie Poo or like something ridiculous like that? Sweetie Poo, yeah, it was. Sweetie Poo. Oh man, that case was messed up too. That one had so much bad video in it. Remember that? Okay, we're gonna hear from Sweetie Poo. She is going to testify here, and then what happened was I was recording this. As most of you guys know, these are fleeting. They get deleted right away. But the judge had been so good today, like long cases, that I trusted her and I let it record and I went out of my house. And I was listening on my phone as I was walking. And then I realized, oh my God, she cut the stream and I'm not at home. So I literally ran home. I did not get the entire rest of the stream, but I got most of it. So we will see the beginning of Sweetie Poo's testimony. We will see all of the final testimony and the closing and the judgment. We will however, miss a tiny bit of Sweetie Poo's testimony, just so you guys know.
I do have an objection as to the relevance. I'm not sure.
I'm just gonna ask some questions and see if she has any personal knowledge about what he says happened.
I understand. Do they have them at all? Any of the messages were sent to them
Excuse
at
me,
all?
ma'am.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
That's okay. You can't talk.
I didn't know if you guys are. I'm sorry. I didn't know if you guys already had a copy of our text messages or not.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. This isn't just a conversation. Okay. I need you to raise your right hand. I'm gonna swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down. I don't want Mr. Green to tell you what to say or indicate anything to any way. Okay. Now, ma'am, we're here for a petition against Miss Sykes by Mr. Green. And so what I'm going to ask you about is if you have any personal knowledge of threats of family violence or family violence committed by Miss Sykes against Brandon Green.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me what you know? Also, what's your name?
My name is Deja Terry.
Could you spell your first name for me, please?
KWADAIA. Last name Terry, TERRY.
Thank you, Miss Terry. Okay, Miss Terry, so tell me what you know.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to just spell that out for myself.
DAIA.
What's your name?
My name is Deja Terry.
Could you spell your first name for me, please?
KWADAIA. Last name Terry, TERRY.
Thank you, Miss Terry. Okay, Miss Terry, so tell me what you know.
Okay, so I want to say I've been around so far for about 2 years. I've been the most recent relationship since the breakup.
Once the girlfriend, is that correct?
Yes. So I've been there literally since they broke up. I've been the next relationship. So since the relationship, it's been a lot. So basically, Miss Skies and Brandon Green, you could basically say it's almost like a divorce. That's basically what they've been going through. They've been together for years, 10 plus years. So that could help you give a little bit of background when it comes to just how serious it is that at this point, you guys live together, grew up together, have children together. So it's a lot that's now being separated financially. So when I first came around, she did make it known kind of aggressively that, okay, I want $1,000 a month per child. Okay, Brandon Green always had his children every week. At first, the custody was, I have them this week, you have them that week. Before you know it, I don't know if once she saw that he was now in a new relationship, mind you, he didn't really make me that aware about what they had going on because that just wasn't the base of our relationship. All I knew is she was a mother of his children. We were always very respectful. He doesn't talk bad about her, doesn't down talk her, anything of that sort in front of me, obviously, at all. So as time went on, I guess she started knowing a little bit more about me, but still doesn't really know that much about me. She just knows the kids come over. Anytime they come over, we're having fun. We go out, we do stuff.
And then it became where these threats became text messages started coming in, basically saying things like, I don't like that when the kids go over there, they're having fun. I don't want them having too much fun. If I can't have that at my home, they can't do it at their home.
Brandon is receiving these text messages?
Phone calls at first. Phone calls, text messages. These are like literally 2 years from then till now worth of things. So the beginning, I'm like, okay, but again, she's not addressing me in any type of disrespectful manner, nothing very personal. So as time goes on, now you see that we're no longer a two-parent household. You guys were together all these years since you guys were teenagers till y'all mid-30s. So now she's learning, you could tell that she's learning to live on her own. So now, of course, you have 2 children. Now paying bills in a separate household is now going to be frustrating.
Do you see her face? Oh my god. Look at the lady at the top in the middle. Watch her face when this lady's. Oh my god. She looks like. Oh god, look at her.
So the beginning, I'm like, okay, but again, she's not addressing me in any type of disrespectful manner, nothing very personal. So as time goes on, now you see that we're no longer a two-parent household. You guys were together all these years since you guys were teenagers till y'all mid-30s. So now she's learning, you could tell that she's learning to live on her own. So now, of course, you have 2 children. Now paying bills in a separate household is now going to be frustrating. Being a single mother, I couldn't imagine. It's a very hard thing. So now she's requesting through text messages aggressively, I want $1,000 per month per child, and if I don't get it, you will not see your children any longer. So I'm thinking like, okay, she's not probably that serious. Like, we're still getting the kids. Well, at least he is. I've been around, but he's still getting his kids. We're taking them out, getting them clothes, doing stuff that parents are supposed to do. So she's still sending these aggressive messages saying that she's dead serious. She wants $1,000 per child. If you don't give me that $1,000 per child, you will not be seeing these kids. So now I'm seeing how it's affecting him because he's now whole demeanor has changed. He's now sad all the time, depressed all the time. Picture you seeing your children every day, and then out of nowhere, they're no longer there. So then it got to the point where he's now contacting the children. So we have people contacting the kids because he's like, okay, I'm not getting in contact with them. Finally, we get in contact with the kids, and the oldest one, who's Braylon's very smart. He's going to tell you immediately everything that's going on. He's like, listen, I've been calling you. You've been ignoring my phone calls. What's going on? So we had it to where, okay, call the phone. Then that's how we realized what she was doing was she was blocking Brandon's number from their phone and telling them to call to make it look like he's ignoring them. So that's when I know, okay, this is a red flag. This is no longer about child support or money. So I said, okay, this is about money. Then now it's time to go get a lawyer involved, Brandon, because if that's what this is, we need to figure that out. So that's when he got a lawyer involved, and you could tell that she was taken back. Brandon is not a confrontational person. He's not somebody who talks too much. He doesn't say too much. He's that person where he's just going to kind of sit there and just listen. You could tell that she's the complete opposite of that. She's used to having a little bit more control. So for her to now be with somebody, but not with them anymore in that way to where she can control what they're doing at all times, it stresses her out. So that's where the aggressive text messages keep coming in of her telling him what to do, what she's not going to do. You're not going to see your kids unless I get this. If I don't get these shoes, you're not going to see the kids. I can't tell you how many times, okay, I've been with this man 2 years. There's been times where we would go through 3-4 month increments not seeing these kids. And it's confusing because they'll be with us, having the best time of their lives, and then taken away. So,
okay,
yes.
I want you to.
So now I'm going to fast
you
forward.
are giving us a good roadmap of things, but
now I'm going to fast forward to my situation. So now,
well, here's
time
the
is
thing.
going on.
I need to know about threats.
Yeah, no, I'm about to tell you right now. So that's kind of where stuff was stemming from. So now, fast forward. Brandon calls me. I'm asking what he's doing. He's letting me know he's about to go to drop the kids off at Target. Well, he's about to go drop the kids off so that he can bring them to Target. That's where Miss Skies is going to be. They're going to do the exchange there. So they go do that exchange. He gets back home. I see him without a chain that I bought him. I said, what's going on? What just happened? Why? Like, where's the chain that I bought you? He lets me know that Stephanie ended up sending.
And I'm objecting because I think you asked, was she aware of any violence? And it sounds like she's testifying that she wasn't at the Target incident. She said he left and then he came home.
Yeah, no, but we was like, but that's the thing. That point, he has a text message somewhere also with her stating that she's giving the chain back. So I bought him a necklace. So because she saw that necklace, so when she ended up texting Brandon and saying, "Hey, I need money for Braylon's ADHD medication." Brandon had no prior knowledge of his son even being on any type of medication. So he let her know, like, first of all, one, I thought you had Medicaid and it covers the medication, and two, I don't have any knowledge of this medication that we're putting our child on. He's hyperactive, but not to the point to where we're thinking that. And if so, let's have a discussion. She immediately got upset because she did not have control over that situation. Now it's, you're not giving me money for this medication, I'm going to come out the store aggressively. She came out the store aggressively. Immediately came to the car, and she started hitting on him. I asked Braylon about this situation also, and he did attest to it. But again, I was not there, so I understand that I can't give any valid information. I just know that we went to the Target afterwards, and we did try to get video copies, and they let us know that there was no camera available right there. So I noticed that my chain was missing, that I got him. So fast forward to that.
What month?
Now say that again.
When did you notice his chain was missing?
When he pulled up to his house. When he pulled up to the home.
What month and year?
That was, let me see. He would have to remind me of that. He would have to remind me of that Target accident, because that was last year.
Was it this? It was last year.
That was last year. That was the first where in my face I was able to see that there is violence. I seen her get aggressive, angry, scream, all type of stuff over the phone just because she was upset, but not to where I know that it's still like the touching stuff is going on. Like, y'all shouldn't even be that close to where y'all are doing that. So then he let me know that she came up to the car and what happened. So he pulls up without the chain. I'm like, what happened to the chain? Again,
we're not going to talk about that anymore. Let's move on.
Yeah, so then fast forward that, now we end up somehow getting the kids again. So there was a moment in time where Braylon, he was just acting out at one point, and it got to the point where Jared and his friends had to try to communicate. The friends had to communicate with her to be like, listen, his son needs his father. So what can we do to where the kids are now here?
Okay.
And then he ended up getting.
Miss Terry, I know you're not a lawyer and you don't know all the rules of evidence, but when she makes an objection, I really need to respond. Okay?
I'm sorry to hear. I'm sorry.
I know it's hard on Zoom too, because when one person's talking, the other person cannot be heard.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So you can't tell us what other people told you who aren't here testifying.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah,
that's okay. And I gotta tell you, Miss Terry, I know that I can tell from reading the petition and what I've heard so far that there are difficulties with these people that struggling to raise these children in a co-parenting situation, and that it has been fraught. I need to hear about any personal knowledge you have of threats that Miss Sykes has made to Mr. Green, to Mr. Green, or any violence that you've witnessed.
Yes. So there was that situation. So then there was a situation where Braylon ended up getting sexually assaulted, and Jurge tried to get his friends to contact her because he's like, listen, I haven't seen my child. I'm hearing that my child got sexually assaulted, and there's no follow up with what's going on. I don't know what happened, what's going on. So then she gets upset. So then finally a friend ends up contacting him, and somehow we get the kids again. We end up finally getting the kids again. We get Braylon and Bailey, and now it's her sending all these threatening text messages. I want money. I want this. Now she sees that I'm in the household. She always knew about me. She always knew I was there. Like I said, Mira had no type of rivalry.
Text messages, is she threatening physical violence?
She's threatening to pull up to the home. She's threatening to.
I'm so sorry. I have a situation with my daughter. I need 5 minutes because I don't want to miss this. Can I please have 5 minutes?
All right, we're all going to be in recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much.
We're in recess because they did like she didn't. Oh shit, that was so close to a hot mic. Did you hear that? Oh my goodness. So hold on. What happened here then?
And then it went unavailable. Okay. And then, so you guys got to give me a minute while I get the next part that I ran home to get. Um, this lady is talking a mile a minute. A mile a minute. Seriously. Um, Charles, our thoughts are with you. We hope you are going to do well for your procedure coming up, and we are all thinking of you. Um, sorry. This is the last part of the show for tonight. I promise I can make it work. I promise I can make it happen. Let me just get lay video. Oh, literally, YouTube already is like, no, you can't monetize that video. Sorry, it's not gonna happen, lady. Um, okay, what did I call this? Third TPO ruling. Oh, good idea. That's not a good idea. Good name. Oh, yes. So it is at high feed for a little while. Let me get it to the high speed.
And all that. Okay. Madam Clerk, if you could please pull up R3. Mr. Green, you can go ahead and mute yourself, sir. Thank you. Haley. Oh, sorry. Thank you so much. And Ms. Sykes, do you recognize this document that was filed in the Superior Court of DeKalb County?
I do recognize it. It was brought to me in September. It was sent to me by my steward.
This is gonna go a whole lot faster if you focus on just the questions that I'm gonna ask you, because the day is far spent, and I'm gonna get you and the judge and the rest of us out of here as quickly as I possibly can.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. Recognize the date that it was entered?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what this document is?
It's the order that Judge Scott gave us after the child support, the custody.
That's incorrect. I will read it out, just the beginning. The above order, the above styled case, a petition for legitimation, came before the court. Upon consideration and review of the pleadings and testimony, the court finds that the child born in 2013 and the child born in 2018 are the biological children of the petitioner and the respondent, and they hereby grant the petitioner legitimation and declare the children his. It is what we never see, a fully executed legitimation suit. Have to give him that. He's done that.
I forgot what it's called, but it's like the days of the week of when he'll get them.
Okay. Your Honor, I would just report this was filed. I'm sorry. Your Honor, I move to admit article. All right, Mr. Green, do you have any objection to this being admitted?
Let me just make sure I finish reading the end part of that, because the middle part is normal, but the end goes, the court awards the respondent, who is the mom, Stephanie, sole legal and sole physical custody of the minor children. The petitioner is granted visitation pursuant to restrictions from DeKalb County and Fulton County temporary protective orders. Visitation exchange during the temporary protective orders will take place at the Decatur Police Department. And once the temporary protective orders are resolved, petitioner will be awarded standard visitation with visitation exchange to take place at the children's school.
All right, I'm gonna admit it. He's muted and the court document. Go ahead. All
Oh
right.
no, I don't. I'm sorry.
Thank you. So, Ms. Sykes, this order, which was the final order from your legitimation case, granted you sole legal and physical custody of the two minor children. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at the time this order was granted, there were multiple TPOs that were in place. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were those TPOs that were granted to you against Mr. Green, or were they TPOs that were granted to Mr. Green against you?
From me to Mr. Green.
They were never granted.
Whoa, Mr. Green, this isn't a free for all. Okay, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to ask questions. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Robinson. Okay. So, per this order, when TPOs were in effect, because let me back up. My understanding is that there have been several TPOs filed between you and Mr. Green since the time of the demise of y'all's relationship. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. From May 2022 all the way to November 2022. Those were the first times I tried to file the TPOs right after the abuse.
Okay. And pursuant to this order, you and Ms.
Okay, I've never seen this written in an order before about child support. Okay. I've seen wording about this before, but I've never seen this exact wording before. Subsection 5 is titled Duration of Child Support. The child support shall continue monthly thereafter until all children reach the age of 18, die, marry, or otherwise become emancipated, provided that if a child becomes 18 years old while enrolled in and attending secondary school on a full-time basis, then the child's support shall continue for the child until the child has graduated from secondary school or reaches 20 years of age, whichever comes first. I do not think I've ever had that's typical to say if they die. That's a bit morbid.
Mr. Green were to meet at the police station. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. The first and the third of the month.
Okay. And that was up until those TPOs expired. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, you can take it off the screen. Thank you. So, there was a defense investigation against you. Is that correct?
Yes.
It has since been resolved. Is that correct?
It was closed.
Okay. So, Braylon and Bailey have been returned to your custody since March. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. On March 15th.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this.
Robinson, you're kind of quiet. I don't know if you can move closer to the mic.
I'm sorry. I
know.
I make my head really, really big because the microphone is on that tablet. Let's see. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. My apologies. Miss Green, have you ever made any threats of bodily harm or physical injury? Sorry, I think I said Miss Green. I definitely mean Miss Sykes. Miss Sykes, have you made any threats of bodily harm or physical injury to Mr. Green?
No, ma'am.
Did you threaten to shoot Mr. Green?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if you will pull up respondents 4, R4, please.
I have a question.
Mr. Green, I'm going to give you an opportunity to ask questions in a minute, okay? But right now we're in the
the direct of the respondent by her attorney, okay? But I will absolutely hear from you in just a minute.
Miss Sykes, do you recognize the document that's on the screen?
Yes, ma'am. This is the police report at the target.
Okay. Does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of the police report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit R4.
Well, you can admit it to basically show that the police were called, but the narrative, I'm not, that's.
No, Your Honor, I'm actually admitting it for the date of the incident.
Mr. Green, do you have any objection to this document being admitted for the date of the incident?
No, that's the date I was going to tell you, May 26th.
May 26, 2022, is that what it says, folks?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, this admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. When you're, Madam Clerk, if you will stop your share. I'm sorry, when you share, it won't let me look at anything else on my screen. I promise I'm not trying to be difficult. All right. Miss Sykes, when is the last time prior to the service of the ex parte TPO on you that you had contact with Mr. Green?
Could you ask that question again?
So since the ex parte has been in place, you weren't supposed to have any contact with him, correct?
With this recent TPO, yes, ma'am.
Yes, since you were served with this. So what I'm asking you is, before that, when was the last time you had contact with him?
April 5th, which was my son's birthday. And I communicated with him through my son's text messages, acknowledging that I was texting him.
Okay. And you all, now, can you clarify for the court, there is a current pending criminal action against Mr. Green, or is it closed?
They're not closed. 2018 is open, which is in DeKalb County. 2022 is open, which is also in DeKalb County. My prosecutor taken over both of these domestic cases, and as of now, I did not go to the last court hearing of what was told, which is why I think he's saying that
I don't want you to speculate as to why he's doing anything. That's not necessary. My question is, so are there current no contact orders in place for you and Mr. Green?
From him to me, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when the judge did the legitimation, what was the workaround for you all to not have contact?
To meet at the police precinct. I verified that with Mr. Little at DeKalb County. At the Decatur.
Okay. That's all. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Green, you can unmute.
Yes, I'm here.
This is a very controlled environment. I'm sorry. I know it's hard for people who are self-represented to understand. So I don't mean to shout people down, but I have to cut off and keep control in the courtroom, okay? And I don't have a deputy. So, Mr. Green, this is the time where if you want me to ask a question to Ms. Sykes about what she just testified about, I want you to ask me what you want me to ask her, and I may need to reframe it, or I may decide it's not relevant. But go ahead, is there's anything you want me to ask Ms. Sykes related to what she testified to?
Ask her, did she agree that I would pick up the kids from school on Friday and drop them off on Monday on my weekends? Is that the agreement that we had after the TPO?
I'm gonna do that, but I really don't want to get into the weeds on your all's custody agreement, okay? Because I'm not here like redoing custody with that. But
right.
Let me ask, Ms. Sykes, did you agree that he could pick up the kids from school?
After the defects issue. They recommended once the case was closed to follow just the court orders.
No, I'm talking about before that,
Hold
man.
on, Mr. Green.
No, she's talking about the wrong time.
Yeah, but you need to not interrupt. Period. Okay? I'm going to give you an opportunity and I can clarify things with her, but you cannot interrupt people. We don't do that in court. Go ahead, Ms. Sykes.
So May 15th, I was called and they told me that I can get my kids back, and she recommended that I stick to just the court order and told me to clarify it through somebody working under Judge Scott, forgot her name. I called her on Monday. She said stick with the court order.
Okay.
So it's just sticking with the court order and meeting at the police precinct.
Okay, but before that, were you okay with him picking up from school?
Before that, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay. Mr. Green, do you have another question?
No, that's it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Anything else from respondent?
And I also want to ask.
Oh, you have another question?
Yes. I want to ask her, did she tell the prosecutor that I threatened her or did any kind of acts to her at a soccer game? Because that's the reason that I want this TPO, because she's making it seem like...
This isn't about stopping her from... this is about protecting you from threats of violence or family violence, not...
Yeah, but it's also her sending me to jail for false...
Don't lie, okay? That is actually, if that's what she did, or if she's doing that, that's...
Like, she literally lied to the court.
That can be a false report of crime, and I'm not...
She lied to the court.
Getting into that. Is there anything else that you want me to ask her?
No, I just want this TPO granted.
All right.
I do not feel safe.
I understand. Ms. Robinson, do you have anything?
I just have a oral motion to dismiss, Your Honor.
Okay, you're done with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Green? I think we'll just go ahead and call it closing argument, okay?
Sure.
Because that's always what the respondents are asking, so. I'll go ahead and hear from respondent first and then from petitioner. This is closing arguments, Mr. Green, just so you know, okay? Where you're just gonna make your final, very brief summation, because I've been listening and taking notes. Go ahead, Ms. Robinson.
So, Your Honor, I'll begin with the allegations as stated in the petition that Mrs. Green hit Braylon. A defects instigation ensued. Mr. Green did have the children for a brief period of time. That investigation was closed and the children were returned to Mrs. Sykes. Moreover, as I stated earlier, this petition was not bought on behalf of the minor children. It was bought on behalf of Mr. Green. Mr. Green put both in his petition, and he testified here today, that his probation officer and his lawyer advised him to file the petition for the TPO. He then goes on to say she was harassing his fiance. We are not here for a petition for TPO for his fiance or for her mother.
It is.
Mr. Green! Go ahead, Ms. Robinson.
Your Honor, as far as the allegations that Ms. Sykes has texted Mr. Green from her son's phone, I believe those remain unproven, but even assuming that that was true, I do not see how that constitutes an act of family violence. The only act that I've heard that could possibly be construed as family violence here today was in his petition, where Mr. Green said he had texted the screenshots that she said she was going to shoot him. In the screenshot that he offered for proof of that, even to the extent that we take that as a threat, it was not a threat directed towards Mr. Green. It specifically mentioned his nameless friends. It had nothing to do with him. I haven't heard any testimony here today of any specific act of assault, battery, stalking, anything of the sort directed to Mr. Green that could constitute an act of family violence on which his petition is predicated. And moreover, I would argue that there's not a need for future protection because, as this court stated, the protection that he's seeking is essentially her not being able to avail herself of law enforcement. I don't think that's what a TPO is designed to do. Moreover, I don't think it can do that. As far as their custody issues, certainly there is a final order awarding Ms. Sykes sole legal and physical custody. He's welcome to file a modification to change it if that's what he seeks to do. That's not something that needs to be done here in this TPO hearing. And so for the foregoing reasons, Your Honor, I would move to dismiss under asserting that Mr. Green has failed to carry his burden, proving both that an act of family violence ever occurred and also that there is a need for future protection to prevent future acts of family violence.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Green, this is your time to very briefly sum up. Again, I've already heard how you feel about it, so I know you.
Okay. Do we think Mr. Green will do a succinct and cohesive closing argument? Ah, oh, that is funny. I'm glad you are here, Wacky. Wacky. I'm sure we've talked about this already, and I've asked how to say it. It's been a long night, but it's been a fun one. We've been going almost 6 hours. Mr. Green, I don't think Mr. Green has the capability to realize just how deep he is in already. But let's see what he does, shall we? Also, I'm cleaning up now.
Want me to extend this order for 12 months? That's what you're asking me, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and do you want to sum up why again?
Of course I
Just
am,
because I
Rachel.
don't feel safe. I'm scared for my freedom. I'm scared for my safety. I'm scared for my new baby safety.
Charles, have a really good night. We are sending you positive vibes and thoughts, and we wish you all the very best. Please let us know if you need anything, and we love you very much, okay? Keep that in mind. I'm sending you Canadian medical vibes all the way from up here. I don't know what they'll do, my friend, but I don't think it can be bad. Anyways, and Rachel, yes, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad everybody's here, you guys. I love all of you. Let's see how Mr. Green does, shall we?
I'm scared for my girlfriend's safety. Like, this woman is not right in the head. Like,
Okay.
it's a lot. Like, everything might seem like I do everything to her, but no, that's not how this goes. I've seen this woman fight her whole family. I've seen her fight her mom, her brother, her sister.
Okay,
She's
we're not
hit
going
me
to talk
before.
about her family, but
I know. I'm just saying that I've
understand
seen. This is things that I've seen. You asked me if I've seen acts of violence from this person. I've seen many acts of violence from this person, and
No,
that's
I
why.
said towards you, but that okay.
No, I'm saying she touched me multiple times, multiple,
All right.
while we were together. That's why I'm so. I know. You know what I'm saying? And I'm scared for the people around me. This woman has sent my social security card to me. Like, why would you send me my social security card? Why would you tell me you know where I live? Why would you tell my best friend that you would shoot me? I can call my best friend right now if I need a witness on here, and she can tell you.
You were doing your closing argument. We're not presenting more witnesses, okay?
Okay, I'm just letting you know that there is a witness if I need to call her, who she directly told this to. I'm going to shoot him. I will shoot him. Directly, she told that directly to her. And she told me. But yes, that's the reason. I fear for my safety, my health, everything.
Okay. All right, thank you all. It seems to me that there are some actual real problems here with communication, and well, Mr. Green isn't even allowed to have communication with Miss Sykes. But
exactly.
Okay, Mr. Green, why don't you go ahead and mute, because I'm just going to be talking here for a minute. And Miss Sykes, you can mute too, just so we're fair across the board. I didn't like the text messages that I saw. However, I mean, I really think we have some, you know, you guys are, you're somewhat of a family. You have kids together, and you've got to figure out how to co-parent without sending nasty text messages to each other. I know Mr. Green is under a court order to do so. I'm not, so the ones I saw were not from him, but I did not see technically any threats of violence from Miss Sykes to Mr. Green. And I am not going to extend this order to a 12-month. I also understand that there are some other pending cases, that there may be a custody revisit. But again, I know Mr. Green, you expressed concerns about all of Miss Sykes' threats to get you locked up. And of course, if something happens, anyone is allowed to call the police if there's a threat. No one is allowed to make a false report of crime. That is a crime in itself. So, I'm not going to issue a TPO telling someone to not break the law in that way about like just lying. That's not what TPOs are for. They're to protect people from their physical safety. Go ahead and mute yourself, Mr. Green, because I'm going to be talking and I don't want to be interrupted.
I have a question.
Okay, but it's not question time. Mr. Green and Miss Sykes. Again, Miss Sykes, Mr. Green isn't supposed to communicate with you, and you shouldn't be doing any kind of
Miss Sykes.
unread communications with him. I'm sure the court order may talk about how y'all are supposed to talk about kids or all of that. You have attorneys. Both of you have attorneys about custody, and that is how you should be, if you have questions about the kids. Mr. Green, if your fiance or girlfriend has been threatened or feels threatened and she needs to take out a TPO for her protection because she has been specifically threatened, she can do that. Anyone can take out a TPO if they have been threatened with physical violence or have been physically harmed and it's necessary and the threat is imminent and it's going to be ongoing. You can call the police if there is an immediate threat or someone is about to hurt you or they are there doing it or they're saying that they're coming. You are allowed to reach out to law enforcement. But I am not going to issue the TPO. I'm not going to extend it to 12 months in this case. Again, you both have lawyers. I would encourage you to use them and to keep this civil for your kids. All right, so that's going to be my order. But Mr. Green, go ahead and ask me your question.
So is there any way that you can let her know that she needs to stop reaching out to anybody around? Like, she's literally harassing. You know what I'm saying? All the messages that.
So anyway, like I was saying, Mr.
That's
Green,
harassing.
I am trying to talk to both of you. I'm trying to talk to both of you right now.
You just asked me to talk. I wasn't
But I understand what you're saying, and I'm sorry.
Like she talks about
when I say no one can interrupt, I'm sorry. I'm going to cut you off because I understand what you're saying. You don't want Miss Sykes bothering your family. And I hope that everyone is hearing me today when I'm talking and saying that everyone needs to get on some better behavior here. And if she harasses your family to the point of stalking Mr. Green or your fiance or her fiance's mom, they are allowed to get a TPO if it's a stalking situation.
But I can't.
That is his own thing. Sir, we've already had the hearing, okay?
I know, but I'm saying I can't get one because
I did not see evidence of stalking. I'm sorry for you.
What do you mean? She just said.
All right. Yeah, we're done. That's my order. And y'all.
Can you even believe that? She was like, I'm done. Mr. Green, you're done, sir. You're done. Okay. This is indeed a light. One day we will have merch and we will have. Am I muted still? No, I'm not. And we will have Larry Beaver lights like this. Not yet, but one day we will. Oh, if I had energy, I would make that last hearing into a video and put that out because that was very funny. Better Than I Deserve light. Yes, that's a good idea too. Thank you guys so much for what a lovely evening it turned out to be. A Larry calendar, absolutely. Oh, yeah, these are all good ideas. These are all really good ideas. Okay, guys, we have some homework for tonight. We have to send some positive thoughts to Charles. We need to make sure you're already subbed to That Is the Way I See It. I think we should really make Tommy V and MI wake up to a lot of subs tomorrow. That would be really fantastic. I remember the feeling with getting my first 100 subs, my first 1,000 subs, and each one is special. So I know that that could be really special for him tonight and tomorrow. And I love making that happen for everybody. I think Credence and Mikey will be back tomorrow. Mikey was sick today. Check in with him. I think they're at 9:05 Pacific time. And remember that there is no court in Michigan tomorrow. There is a judicial conference. And so we will probably be at different courtrooms. There's a fucking spider on the wall, on the wall. There's a spider on the wall, on the wall. There's a spider on the wall. I don't like that at all. There's a spider on the wall, on the wall. Okay, it's a fast one. I gotta go. I love you all very much. I hope you have a wonderful sleep. Thank you so much for being here. Remember, I love you. You're special just the way you are. And I'm proud of you. Have a great night. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye.